Chapter 630. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian's short sentence caused the expression of the attendant from the treasure-gathering pavilion to go pale. He still remembered the words their pavilion master left behind a few months ago. Anyone with the surname of Duan must be invited into the treasure-gathering pavilion with the most respectful etiquette. If anyone neglects an esteemed guest, then they must be heavily punished. Guest, please come in. When he thought up to hear, the attendant broke out in cold sweat. Then he lowered his head and respectfully made a gesture to welcome Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai into the treasure-gathering pavilion. On the other hand, the group of people outside the treasure-gathering pavilion were completely dumbstruck. Who the heck are they? They're actually able to make the members of the treasure-gathering pavilion treat them with such respectful etiquette. Based on the current situation, their identities aren't simple. Of course. If their identities were simple, then how could they make the members of the treasure-gathering pavilion act like this? According to me, they might even have a deep relationship with our Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion's Lord Pavilion. If it's really like this, then this fellow is really blind to have offended such an existence. The group of people that were discussing couldn't help but shoot their gazes towards the corpse of the burly man that lay on the ground. As for Duan Lingtian, he paid no attention to the bustle behind him. Presently, he and Han Xuanai directly entered the treasure-gathering pavilion to see the pavilion master, Xiang Ying, under the lead of the attendant. Brother Lingtian. Xiang Ying seemed to be extremely happy to see Duan Lingtian once more. Pavilion Master Xiang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he replied, then introduced Han Xuanai to Xiang Ying and introduced Han Xuanai to Xiang Ying. Miss Xuanai. Xiang Ying lightly smiled and nodded to Han Xuanai, then paid no further attention to Han Xuanai and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he sighed. Brother Lingtian, you ought to have come this time for the ageless route, right? I'm truly sorry, up until now, even though I've utilized all my connections, I still haven't obtained any news related to the ageless route. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Xiang Ying knew the reason for his visit. However, when he found out about the result, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Don't worry, I'll think of something else. Duan Lingtian shook his head and squeezed out a smile. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. I'll do my best to continue searching for the whereabouts of the ageless route. Xiang Ying solemnly vowed. Then I'll thank Pavilion Master Xiang first. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then said, since there's still no news of the ageless route, then Xuanai and I will be leaving first. Pavilion Master Xiang, farewell. After Duan Lingtian and Xiang Ying said their goodbyes, they left Jubao Pavilion together with Han Xuanai. Walking out of the Jubao Pavilion, Duan Lingtian could see many respectful gazes falling on him. It was even to the extent that all along the way, discussions about him were being spread out everywhere. Supposedly, this young man has a deep relationship with the pavilion master of our Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion. Even the attendants of the treasure-gathering pavilion are extremely respectful to him. He wouldn't be the illegitimate son of the pavilion master, right? Even though the pavilion master's reputation spreads far and wide in our Darkhan dynasty, he ought to be unable to give birth to such an outstanding son. Perhaps all of you don't know, but this young man is already a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist at such a young age. It can't be, right? He's a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist? Yes. Earlier, before the treasure-gathering pavilion, he made a move for a short period of time, and he killed the 7th-level void prying stage martial artist that attacked him for no reason with a single point of his finger. Waves of intense discussions clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this. He directly soared into the sky and returned to the sky above Milky Way City with Han Xuanai, returning to the sky above the three-eyed flame tiger. But when they arrived high up in the sky and saw the three-eyed flame tiger, they couldn't help but be stunned. Presently, the three-eyed flame tiger stood in the sky in the distance, and its enormous body was trembling intensely, as if it had suffered some sort of pressure. It wasn't just that. Duan Lingtian, who had sharp eyes, noticed that slight terror seemed to be mixed within the depths of the three-eyed flame tiger's eyes. It was terror that came from the bones and the depths of the soul. Squeak squeak, suddenly, the little gold mouse that lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with its 4 feet in the sky woke up, and it cried out in shock as its fluffy and chubby body lightly trembled. It seemed as if it had sensed something terrifying. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, the 2 little pythons that were curled up on Han Xuanai's wrist had successively awoken from their cultivation, and they swiftly flicked their tongues as their 2 pairs of sharp eyes flickered with an unusual sheen. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's face went slightly grim, and he hurriedly looked around the surroundings with the intention of searching for the reason that caused the demon beasts to act strangely. But, no matter how he searched, even if his spiritual force swept out, he still came up empty-handed in the end. If it wasn't for him seeing the demon beasts act strangely with his own 2 eyes, he might really think that there was no person or demon beast in the surroundings. Even my spiritual force is unable to detect his depth. From this, it can be seen that his cultivation is at least at the void interpretation stage or above. Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart, and he took a deep breath as his eyes were filled with fear. If the opponent was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above, then what he feared the most now was, the opponent was an enemy and not a friend, and the opponent's strength was even stronger than Han Xuanai. Xuanai, you noticed as well? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Han Xuanai's face had gone grim, and her eyes even emitted an indescribable flowing light, and he couldn't help but ask. Han Xuanai nodded. Xuanai, could it be that he's even stronger than you? Han Xuanai's extremely unsightly expression caused Duan Lingtian's heart to jerk, and he realized that the matter wasn't so simple. That person's strength might even surpass Xuanai. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Han Xuanai nodded once more. Who the heck is it? Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that Han Xuanai's gaze was currently looking towards the sky above the 3-eyed flame tiger. Instantly, Duan Lingtian looked over as well. In the sky above the area where the 3-eyed flame tiger was, the clouds and mist dispersed along with the wind, and an emaciated figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The emaciated figure stood there like a dry corpse, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. What a terrifying figure! Duan Lingtian noticed that the spiritual force he stretched out with the intention of probing the emaciated figure hadn't even approached the surroundings of the emaciated figure when it was crushed by a shapeless force. A large area around the emaciated figure seemed to possess something similar to an aura, and it completely resisted Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the appearance of the emaciated figure. This was an old woman in azure clothes. Her emaciated cheeks had a calm expression, and her eyes were dim and lusterless, causing one to be unable to discern whether she was happy or angry. She stood there as if she was an ancient statue. Duan Lingtian gasped. This person is probably not only at the void interpretation stage. Her strength might even be at the void transformation stage. Even though Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was unable to approach this azure-clothed old woman, he had inherited the lifetime's memories and experience of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, so he could sense traces of the aura of an existence at the void transformation stage or above from the azure-clothed old woman. The aura was faint, but Duan Lingtian still sensed it. This feeling was very strange, and it came from the lifetime's experience of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be 100% sure. Xuanai, find an opportunity to leave first. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and sent a voice transmission to Han Xuanai. Currently, he didn't know why this old woman would appear here and what her intentions were. But just in case, he still hoped that Han Xuanai could leave first. If this old woman was really in existence at the void transformation stage or above, then Han Xuanai and he would definitely die if she was hostile. A powerhouse at the void transformation stage or above was far from what a void interpretation stage martial artist could compare to. Even though Han Xuanai was strong, she was still nothing in front of a powerhouse at the void transformation stage or above. As someone who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian knew this very well. But even so, he still hoped to fight for a chance for Han Xuanai to survive. Brother Lingtian, what are you saying? At this moment, Han Xuanai returned to her senses, and after hearing what Duan Lingtian said, she couldn't help but be stunned. Xuanai, we still don't know her intentions. But she's very dangerous. How about this, you leave first and find a remote place to hide. I'll see if I can lure her away. Duan Lingtian said again. Now, Han Xuanai finally understood what was going on. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai smiled bitterly. She doesn't have any hostility towards us, so you don't have to be like this. Doesn't have any hostility? Hearing what Han Xuanai said, Duan Lingtian's tense nerves trembled, and he had a puzzled expression. Xuanai, what do you mean by this? Brother Ling Tian, she's the Qing Nu I mentioned to you before. Han Xuanai said. Qing Nu? She's Qing Nu? Duan Lingtian's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and his face was filled with astonishment. The name Qing Nu was not unfamiliar to him at all. Back then, Han Xuanai had mentioned this name many times. Qing Nu was someone by Han Xuanai's side, and could even be considered as a protective umbrella that followed by Han Xuanai's side. Her strength was even stronger than Han Xuanai's. Moreover, according to what Han Xuanai said, the two little pythons were able to achieve what they had today because of Qing Nu's contribution. So she's Qing Nu, Duan Lingtian sighed, then looked at Han Xuanai and smiled bitterly. Then why were you like that earlier? Han Xuanai's appearance earlier was precisely the source of Duan Lingtian's confusion from his concern. Han Xuanai lowered her head as she looked at the azure-clothed old woman in the distance, and she said dejectedly, Brother Ling Tian, Qing Nu's arrival means that I can't continue to stay in the Dark Han dynasty. I want to go home. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it was because of this. If you want to continue playing outside, then can't you discuss it with her? Duan Lingtian suggested. Chapter 631. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the helplessness in Han Xuanai's tone. However, he still nodded solemnly in response to Han Xuanai's words. Don't worry, Xuanai. I'll definitely let you see a brand new me the next time we meet. Xuanai nodded. The gloominess on her face was swept away, and she regained her optimistic smile. However, she soon sighed again and looked at Duan Lingtian. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Brother Ling Tian, little black and little white, at this moment, how could Duan Lingtian not understand the meaning of Han Xuanai's words? His gaze fell on the two little pythons in Han Xuanai's hands, and he was somewhat reluctant to part with them. Little black and little white had been with him since birth. Although they had left for a few years, their relationship with him was still very deep. And Duan Lingtian had always treated them as family. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons seemed to have realized something. They flicked their tongues in annoyance and kept swinging their tails. The next moment. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from Han Xuanai's hands, streaked across the sky, and coiled around Duan Lingtian's hands. Brother, I don't want to leave. I want to stay by your side. Brother, I don't want to leave with Sister Xuanai. I want to follow you. I miss Sister Kerr and Li Fei. The two little pythons' voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt warmth in his heart. Originally, the two little pythons had left him for many years, and there was an invisible distance between them. At least, that was the case on Duan Lingtian's side. But now, the two little pythons' actions made Duan Lingtian feel warmth, and that trace of distance in his heart disappeared without a trace. Sister Xuanai, I want to stay by brother's side. Sister Xuanai, I don't want to leave brother again. Han Xuanai, who was standing far away, had a complicated look in her eyes when she heard the voice transmissions from the two little pythons. In the past few years, although she had been with the two little pythons day and night, the hearts of the two little pythons were obviously not on her side. This made her feel both helpless and bitter. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Since little black and little white want to stay by your side, I won't take them with me this time. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to say something, Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his mouth. Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind blew past. The green-robed old woman who had been standing in the distance suddenly appeared behind Han Xuanai. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a hoarse voice, "These two little fellows are descendants of mutated holy beasts. In terms of natural talent, they aren't the slightest bit inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse on your shoulder." The green-robed old woman was precisely Qing Nu, who was by Han Xuanai's side, and she was currently looking at the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she spoke slowly. Descendants of mutated holy beasts? Duan Lingtian looked at Little Black and Little White with an astounded expression. He was extremely clear about Little Black and Little White's background. They were the children of two ferocious beast pythons. How could they possibly be related to a holy beast? "Senior, have you made a mistake?" When he thought up to hear, Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Nu and asked. At the same time, he spoke of the origins of the two little fellows one by one. Descendants of two ferocious beast pythons? Qing Nu hadn't said anything when Han Xuanai had already exclaimed in shock. "Brother Ling Tian, you said Little Black and Little White are the children of two ordinary ferocious beasts?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "At that time, it was I who personally brought them back home before they were hatched. Moreover, their appearance after they were born had once puzzled me. Because they didn't look like their mother, nor did they look like their father. This isn't difficult to understand." Qing Nu spoke once more, and her voice was still hoarse. Instantly, the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai were successfully attracted by Qing Nu. Qing Nu continued. "The so-called mutated holy beast descendants are different from ordinary holy beast descendants. The descendants of ordinary sacred beasts, such as this jade-eyed heavenly mouse, could inherit the bloodline inheritance of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan through its mother. However, the descendants of mutated sacred beasts could rarely inherit the bloodline inheritance. It was more random. Just like these two little fellows." Duan Lingtian seemed to be lost in thought when he heard what Qing Nu said. These things weren't present in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. "Speak frankly if you have something to say." In the end, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at Qing Nu. He was able to discern. What Qing Nu said earlier was intentional, and she was obviously paving the way for something. Qing Nu's originally dim eyes abruptly lit up as she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, "No matter if it's a mutated holy beast descendant or an ordinary holy beast descendant, their potential is extremely enormous. If you're doing it for their own good, then you should give them a better future and allow them to become demon emperors in the shortest amount of time." Hiss hiss. As soon as Qing Nu finished speaking, the two little pythons that coiled around Duan Lingtian's hand became restless and ceaselessly flicked their tongues. Obviously, they heard what Qing Nu said and were displeased. "Humph. Didn't you say so much because you want us to go with you?" "I won't go with you. I want to follow Big Brother Ling Tian." The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Qing Nu. "Little fellow, you're smart. Being able to speak in the human tongue at the void initiation stage has completely broken the common sense of ordinary demon beasts. Looks like I've still underestimated you." Qing Nu looked at the little gold mouse and a slightly surprised expression appeared on her face. Obviously, she was shocked by the little gold mouse's sudden words. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse raised her head complacently and cried out twice when she heard Qing Nu. At the same time, the little gold mouse looked at the two little pythons. "You two idiots that don't know how to speak, both of you. Are you going to follow Big Brother Ling Tian like before, or continue following Big Sister Xuanai and this old woman?" "Old woman?" The little gold mouse's words caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. Little Gold called this expert that's suspected to be at the void transformation stage an old woman? If it was another existence like this, Duan Lingtian would have been burning with anxiety since long ago. Now, he was able to maintain his composure. After all, this existence that's suspected to be at the void transformation stage or above before him was someone by Xuanai's side. He believed that Xuanai wouldn't allow her to act rashly. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw it again. Qing Nu wasn't angered in the slightest by the little gold mouse's rude words, and her expression was calm like an ancient well without the slightest ripple. Perhaps, in Qingnu's eyes, the little gold mouse was only a child, and a child's words carried no harm, so she didn't have to fuss about it. Hiss hiss, the little gold mouse's words didn't enrage Qingnu, but instead enraged the two little pythons, causing the two little pythons to glare angrily at the little gold mouse. In next to no time, they made their stand clear. They followed Duan Lingtian. Of course, it's fine if you insist on keeping them by your side, Qingnu added. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Qingnu. I wonder what's the better future you speak of? Qingnu didn't hesitate and said directly, let go and allow them to return to their wild nature. Demon beasts are only able to stimulate their entire potential and break through their limits under the most adverse circumstances. With their natural talent, so long as they experience sufficient tempering, it isn't impossible for them to transform into true saint beasts. Transform into true saint beasts? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Even though he didn't know what the saint beasts Qingnu spoke of were, as there was no record of them in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. But since the jade-eyed heavenly mouse was only a descendant of a saint beast, the terror of a true saint beast could be seen from this. The descendants of saint beasts were all demon emperors when they matured to the limit. Then what about true saint beasts? It was unimaginable. You have a way to help them? Duan Lingtian looked at Qingnu and asked with a low voice. Even though he was extremely reluctant to part with the three little fellows. But if the three little fellows were really able to have a better future, then he would absolutely not ask the three little fellows to stay by his side. He took the three little fellows to be his family, so he naturally hoped that the three little fellows would be able to have the best future. Duan Lingtian's concern for the three little fellows was no different than a father's concern for his child. It was all for the sake of the latter. I know of a place that's suitable for them. But the time required is slightly long. Qingnu said, at least 7 or 8 years, and at most 10 or 20 years. 7 or 8 years? 10 or 20 years? Duan Lingtian's face went slightly pale, as he never expected that it would take so long. Qingnu, Han Xuanai, who'd been silent all along, finally spoke, and her expression was extremely heavy. You want to send little gold, little black, and little white to that place? You're crazy. As she finished speaking, Han Xuanai was like a she-wolf protecting her cubs. They're still young, they're only children. Duan Lingtian was stunned. After knowing Xuanai for so long, it was still the first time he'd seen Xuanai lose her composure like this. He could guess that the vile environment Qingnu spoke of was an extremely terrifying place. At least, even a void interpretation stage martial artist like Han Xuanai would go pale when talking about it. Young Mississippi, Qingnu sighed. Even though they're young, they possess extraordinary bloodlines that are far from what ordinary demon beasts can compare to. You ought to know that if they're able to come out from there, they'll surely be able to obtain extremely great benefits, and even have a profound influence. Han Xuanai went silent for a moment when she heard this. She naturally knew that what Qingnu said was true. Not to mention others, just Qingnu was an existence that had once come out from that place. Whereas the current Qingnu's cultivation had long since far exceeded the limits of what her natural talent could attain. It could be said that Qingnu had been changed precisely by that place. That place was held to 90% or more of the demon beasts that entered it. But to the remaining less than 10% of the demon beasts, it was heaven. Heaven, hell, a fine line between life and death, and one would become a true expert. Xuanai, is that place really so good? Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai as he asked. Big brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai laughed bitterly. I can only say. The demon beasts that enter that place can be said to have a slim chance of surviving. Whereas those that are able to survive are all existences with peerless natural talent and extraordinary strength. That place is indeed the best touchstone for demon beasts. But the risks within it can't be underestimated. Chapter 632. Hiss. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp when he heard Han Xuanai. Even though I hope the future of little gold, little black, and little white is even better. But if I have to risk their lives, then I'd rather be selfish and keep them by my side and not let them leave. Duan Lingtian looked at Qingnu as he spoke, and his voice wasn't loud, yet it was clear and resounding. From this, one could see Duan Lingtian's determination that even 10 cows would not be able to pull him back. Presently, Duan Lingtian was like a responsible father. If the child wanted to go out and adventure, then he wouldn't stop it. But if the child had a slim chance of survival, then he would surely do his best to keep the child behind. In the world, so long as it was apparent, practically all of them would rather their child live a mediocre life than allow any mishap to befall their child. This was what a qualified parent was like. You've made up your mind? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Qingnu asked after a short while. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded affirmatively, and there was no room for discussion. Could it be that you don't want to wait for them to become stronger so they can help you better? With their natural talent, no matter how great the test of danger they face is, at least one or two of them will be able to survive in the end. Even if only one of them survives, its help to you is something that can't be measured by anything else. Qingnu looked at Duan Lingtian as she spoke slowly, and her tone was filled with temptation. Qingnu's words were extremely simple. If the little gold mouse and 2 little pythons entered that place, then even if only one of them could survive in the end, Duan Lingtian would have profited. Humph. As soon as Qingnu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression went completely grim, and he said furiously, "The lives of little gold, little black, and little white are priceless in my eyes, and there's nothing that can replace them. So you don't have to speak nonsense in front of me. No matter what, I won't allow them to take a risk." Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. If it wasn't for the azure-clothed old woman before him being someone by Xuanai's side, and if it wasn't for the old woman's strength being stronger than him, he'd have directly given her a slap long ago. But when Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he was stunned, because he saw Qingnu. Little fellows, do you see that? For the sake of your safety, he would rather lose the assistance from you. He chose to do this for the sake of all of you. Could it be that all of you don't want to be able to help him in the future? With his fortune, if all of you continue to stay by his side, then, with his continue to stay by his side, continue to stay by his side, with his fortune, he. With his fortune. With his tts. With his tts tut. At that time, you will become a burden to him, and he will have to protect you. Is this what you want to see? Qing speak gold speak. Hiss, the 2 little pythons that coiled around Duan Lingtian's hand instantly became excited, and they hurriedly shook their little heads. Squeak. After the little gold mouse let out a sharp cry, it said with a childish voice, "Granny, I don't want Big Brother Lingtian to protect me. I want to protect Big Brother Lingtian myself. Do you have the strength?" Qingnu laughed with ridicule and said with disdain, "Little fellow, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you're not a match for him now." When the little gold mouse heard this, it, who was originally extremely excited, drooped its little head and became dejected. Enough. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai shouted out furiously at almost the exact same time. Han Xuanai had a gloomy expression as she spoke first. "Qingnu, I know you have high hopes for Little Black and Little White. But that place is truly too dangerous. I don't approve of their going as well." Qingnu sighed and didn't say anything further. The reason she persisted was because she didn't have any ill intent. She just didn't want these 3 little fellows with potential to be covered in dust. As a demon that had experienced life and death in that place, she was sure, with the potential of these 3 little fellows, if they were able to come out alive from that place, they would surely soar into the sky. But since her young miss had spoken, it was naturally not good for her to persist. "Big brother, I want to go to that place with her." Qingnu had calmed down, but the little gold mouse was restless, and it spoke to Duan Lingtian with a childish voice. Its tone was firm and resolute. "Little gold, don't cause trouble." Duan Lingtian glared angrily at the little gold mouse. Big brother, I'm not causing trouble. I've already discussed it with Little Black and Little White. We're going to that place. Once we come out from there, we'll come back to look for Big brother. At that time, we'll be able to help Big brother even better. The little gold mouse continued speaking with a childish voice. Discussed it? With Little Black and Little White? Wasn't Little Gold always on bad terms with them? For a time, Duan Lingtian was slightly bewildered. When these three little fellows were together, it was truly a headache. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and he was just unwilling to allow the three little fellows to take the risk. But the stubbornness of the three little fellows had completely exceeded his imagination, and they were unwilling to stay behind no matter what. In the end, Duan Lingtian was completely at his wits' end. At the same time, his heart was filled with dissatisfaction towards Jianghu. If it wasn't for this old fellow constantly encouraging the three little fellows, how could the three little fellows have changed their minds? Duan Lingtian gnashed his teeth with hatred towards Jianghu. If anything happens to the three little fellows in the future, then even if she's someone by Xuanai's side, I'll still kill her. At that time, don't blame me for not knowing how to respect the elderly. Duan Lingtian swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest that he would be able to possess a strength that surpassed Jianghu in the future. Putting aside his outstanding innate talent and the concept fragment and profundity fragment in his hands, he was still in possession of the profundity fragment. Even the great treasure vault left behind by the Samsara Emperor Wu in the foreign lands and the rebirth pills were sufficient to allow him to possess a cultivation speed that far exceeded an ordinary person. Swoosh! A gust of wind whistling sounded out, and the little gold mouse had left Duan Lingtian's shoulder to arrive on Han Xuanai's shoulder. Swish! Swish! The two little pythons weren't willing to fall behind and returned to Han Xuanai's wrist. Big brother Lingtian, don't worry, I'll take good care of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. Since it had already come to this, Han Xuanai didn't know what to say, and could only continue to console Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and was slightly dispirited. Big brother Lingtian, will be leaving first. Han Xuanai and the three little fellows bid their farewells to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, Han Xuanai even glanced at the three-eyed flame tiger before leaving. Big guy, obediently send Big brother Lingtian back to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. If I find out that you're disobedient, I'll surely freeze you into a popsicle. Awu. The three-eyed flame tiger's body lightly trembled when it heard Han Xuanai's threat. But if one looked carefully, one would be able to notice that in the depths of the three-eyed flame tiger's gaze, there was a faint sheen of excitement mixed within. I can finally get rid of this little she-devil. The three-eyed flame tiger roared excitedly in its heart, and it was overjoyed from excitement. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian ascended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger and sent off Han Xuanai and Jianghu with his gaze. The two of them even brought along the three little fellows. Little Gold, Little Black, Little White. Nothing must happen to all of you. Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart when he saw Han Xuanai's figure vanish before his eyes. Roar! Instantly, the scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was dragged along by the three-eyed flame tiger to flash out towards the direction of the capital. All along the way, the three-eyed flame tiger roared excitedly without end, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Looks like this big fellow was really bullied by Han Xuanai earlier to the point it had a bellyful of pent-up anger. Now that Han Xuanai had left, that pent-up anger had completely erupted. Duan Lingtian shook his head and paid no further attention to the three-eyed flame tiger before directly sitting down to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Earth Dragon Form. Not long after, Duan Lingtian had already immersed his entire body and mind into cultivating, and he seemed to have forgotten the time. He only knew how to ceaselessly cultivate. The origin energy within his body seemed to have transformed into a vast river that ceaselessly flowed through the meridians within Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian's cultivation was increasing at every moment. The three-eyed flame tiger quickly sent Duan Lingtian back to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Whereas Duan Lingtian had returned to the estate the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Duan Lingtian. Not long after he entered the estate, Duan Lingtian heard someone call out to him from behind. When he turned around, he saw the person that called out to him with a single glance. Su Li. You've gone out as well? The person that called out to Duan Lingtian was none other than Su Li. At this moment, Su Li had obviously just returned from outside. I just went out for a walk. Su Li lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he thought in his heart. I've been out for a few months this time, I wonder what changes Su Li's cultivation has undergone. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force silently stretched out to envelop Su Li's body. It detected Su Li's current cultivation at the first possible moment. How could this be possible? At practically the instant his spiritual force detected Su Li's cultivation, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly, and his heart was filled with shock. Heavens! What have I detected? Su Li. Su Li is actually at the 4th level of the void initiation stage as well. This was the source of Duan Lingtian's shock. Su Li's current cultivation was actually no different than his. He was extremely clear in his heart about the fortuitous encounter Su Li obtained to possess this cultivation. But how did Su Li advance so quickly? Could it be a spirit fruit? If it's really a spirit fruit, then it's understandable. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But, it can be seen from this that the master behind Su Li isn't simple at all. What a joke. Would a person that was able to use a spirit fruit to advance Su Li's cultivation to such an extent be an ordinary person? Duan Lingtian, you've left for a slightly long time this time. Did you obtain any special gains? Su Li asked. I didn't obtain any special gains, and I only obtained some comprehension in terms of concept. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Su Li walked together and returned to their own courtyards. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he couldn't help but sigh when he felt the cold atmosphere. All of them have left. Only I remain. Chapter 633. I wonder how Kerr and Little Fei are now. But since they've entered a power in the foreign lands and obtained the favor of the higher-ups of the powers, their cultivations have surely advanced by leaps and bounds. Guasu, their strengths might have already far surpassed me now. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had thought of his 2 fiancées. In the blink of an eye, he hadn't seen his 2 fiancées for a few years. He missed them greatly in his heart. Kerr, Little Fei. Wait for me, I'll come look for the both of you very soon. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd suddenly taken stimulants, and he shuddered before instantly sitting up from the bed. He held a mid-grade origin stone and wind concept fragment in his hand before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Vast origin energy surged within Duan Lingtian's body and filled the meridians throughout his body before finally converging together and gushing into his dantian. No matter what, I must become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only by becoming eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would I have the chance to join a formidable power in the foreign lands. Only by joining a formidable power in the foreign lands would I be able to possess a trump card to protect myself in the foreign lands. With my current strength, if I were to walk out of the foreign lands by myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to walk far before being killed. Only by leaving the foreign lands would I be able to look for Kerr and Little Fei, and only then would I be able to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the Emperor Wu during his second lifetime. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he drew a perfect blueprint for his future. All of this was the motivation that ceaselessly pushed him forward. After he returned from the Sword Monarch's treasure, Duan Lingtian stayed in his courtyard to cultivate and didn't leave. Over 2 months later. On the bed in his room, Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged there, had an instantly tense expression, and he seemed to have encountered something. At the same time, the origin energy in his body surged out like waves of tempestuous waves. Whoosh! The tempestuous waves swept out and charged towards the final bottleneck between the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage and the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Bang! A light sound rang out as Duan Lingtian's origin energy smoothly broke through the bottleneck, and the origin energy in his entire body underwent a transformation along with it. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes, and there was a slight excitement on his face. His cultivation had finally broken through smoothly to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. If others were to find out that Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage 3 months ago and had broken through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage now, moreover, he hadn't consumed any spirit fruits, their jaws would probably be shocked off. Only Duan Lingtian was not surprised. With my natural talent that was transformed from the 10,000-year stalactite milk and coupled with the assistance of origin stones, spending 3 months of time to advance from the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage is nothing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Presently, only half a year remains before the dynasty martial competition begins. If nothing unexpected happens, I ought to be able to break through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage in half a year. It's practically impossible to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. This was something Duan Lingtian could be sure of. Even though his natural talent was strong and he possessed many origin stones, it was practically impossible for him to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage in such a short period of time. 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Perhaps I'll be able to suppress Mo Xian and reign supreme amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. But the young geniuses of an empire are utterly nothing in the Dark Han Dynasty's dynasty martial competition. Not to mention the young geniuses of a few tens of empires besides the Darkstone Empire that will be coming. Even the outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty are probably not few in number. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt extremely great pressure. It's difficult to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. If it's the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage, I'm afraid I still have a chance. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze flickered. It's extremely difficult to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage in half a year. But it isn't impossible. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. There are 2 ways. The first is to find the ageless root and refine the rebirth pill. The second is to obtain a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists, and it can't be a spirit void fruit. Duan Lingtian had already consumed a spirit void fruit once in the past, and if he consumed it once more, the medicinal effect would be greatly reduced and wouldn't be of much help to him. The ageless root. It's probably difficult to find in a short period of time. Perhaps I have a chance with a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things, and the train of thought in his mind became clear. But it's not a simple matter to obtain a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists. Presently, the dynasty martial competition is just around the corner. Even if a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists appeared in the Dark Han Dynasty, it would probably have already been completely swept away. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly dejected. Moreover, I utterly don't have the means to find a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists. I almost forgot about him. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he shuddered and regained his senses. He'd thought of a person. After Duan Lingtian thought of that person, he didn't hesitate to directly leave the courtyard and leave the Darkstone Empire's estate in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. Not long after, an enormous being soared into the sky near the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. "Big fellow, I'll be troubling you." Duan Lingtian stood on the 3-eyed flame tiger as he spoke with a light smile. Roar. The 3-eyed flame tiger roared in a low voice. Although it was slightly unhappy, it didn't dare show it. Who knew if the fellow on its back would tell on it to the little she-devil? If the little she-devil were to know that it had neglected this fellow, then wouldn't the little she-devil freeze it into a popsicle? With the three-eyed flame tiger's speed, it wasn't long before Duan Lingtian once again arrived at Milky Way City. After entering Milky Way City, Duan Lingtian directly went to the treasure-gathering pavilion. "Brother Lingtian, you're so anxious to find me, is there something you need?" The Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master, Xiangying, had a bewildered expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Pavilion Master Xiang." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point and spoke of the reason for his visit. "I came this time because I want you to take care of something for me. I want a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. Besides the spirit void fruit Pavilion Master Xiang gave me the other day, any other spirit fruit is fine." Xiangying was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian, someone by your side is participating in the dynasty martial competition?" The Dark Han Dynasty's dynasty martial competition was half a year from now. Presently, practically everyone in the Dark Han Dynasty was discussing this grand event. At the same time, there were already many powers throughout the Dark Han Dynasty that had spread the word that they were willing to pay an extremely high price to exchange for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. Practically all these powers had young geniuses that were preparing to participate in the Dark Han Dynasty's dynasty martial competition. Every member of every power hoped that the young geniuses of their powers would be able to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and win the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. So, they spared no expense to wantonly gather spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. "I'll participate myself." Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke directly. "Participate yourself?" Xiangying was stunned. When Duan Lingtian came to ask about spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists, his reaction at the first possible moment was that someone by Duan Lingtian's side wanted to participate in the dynasty martial competition. Whereas Duan Lingtian was looking for spirit fruits for that person. It wasn't that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian himself intended to participate in the dynasty martial competition. But Duan Lingtian was truly too young. Moreover, he'd only heard 2 months ago that Duan Lingtian was only a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. With Duan Lingtian's age, being able to possess such a cultivation meant that in terms of natural talent, it was already sufficient to shock others. But if it was just this little bit of cultivation, it was practically impossible for Duan Lingtian to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was precisely because of this that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian himself wanted to participate in the dynasty martial competition. Yes. Duan Lingtian wasn't impatient when faced with Xiangying's repeated questions, and he nodded. Xiangying returned to his senses and laughed bitterly. "Brother Lingtian, I can only say that I'll try my best. The main reason is that the dynasty martial competition is about to arrive. And not only are the various powers of the Dark Han Dynasty searching for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists, even the various empires are paying attention to the news of spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. Now, so long as spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists appear, it utterly wouldn't be long before it would be directly bought at a high price." As he finished speaking, Xiangying shook his head and sighed. As the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, he was clearly aware of how many people had come to the treasure-gathering pavilion to ask about spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists in the recent period of time. So he knew. At this moment, the spirit fruits that were used by void initiation stage martial artists were extremely rare and precious. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't surprised by this. "Then I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master Xiang to help me pay attention. If Pavilion Master Xiang is able to obtain spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists besides the spirit void fruit, then I can ask Master to lend you a grade 3 spirit weapon for Pavilion Master Xiang to study properly." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiangying and spoke slowly. As he finished speaking, there was no lack of temptation in his voice. Whereas this temptation was undoubtedly enormous to a grade 4 weapons craftsman like Xiangying. "Brother Lingtian, is this true?" Xiangying looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a serious expression. At the same time, his breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows that didn't stop for a long time. Of course it's true. Duan Lingtian nodded. Don't worry, brother Lingtian. During this period of time, I'll surely do my best to search for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists and the ageless root for you. Xiangying vowed solemnly. If Pavilion Master Xiang is able to help me find the ageless root, then I can promise you on behalf of my master to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for you. Of course, you have to prepare the materials yourself. Duan Lingtian continued to add fuel to the fire. Chapter 634. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon? That was something that Xiangying dreamt of obtaining. As a grade 4 weapons craftsman, his greatest dream was to be able to advance a step further in the Tao of weapons refinement and become a grade 3 weapons craftsman. But even though Xiangying always had this dream, he didn't have the slightest confidence in realizing it. Because he'd seen with his own 2 eyes that many grade 4 weapons craftsmen hadn't touched the threshold to become a grade 3 weapons craftsman until the moment they died of old age. Of course, Xiangying knew that the reason these weapons craftsmen were like this was mostly because they hadn't come into contact with a grade 3 spirit weapon. A grade 3 weapons craftsman hadn't appeared in the Darkhan dynasty for a few thousands of years. On the other hand, the only grade 3 spirit weapon in the Darkhan dynasty that was possessed by the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family was also the only grade 3 spirit weapon that was known to all in the Darkhan dynasty. But this grade 3 spirit weapon was taken to be a precious treasure by the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and no matter who it was, they were unable to borrow it. Xiangying had once negotiated with the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family many times with the intention of seeing the grade 3 spirit weapon's elegance, but he was refused every single time without exception. It was precisely because of this that it set off the rarity and preciousness of a grade 3 spirit weapon. Yet now, when he heard he had a chance to obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon, Xiangying was completely unable to sit still. Brother Lingtian, I'll go instruct my subordinates right now. Under Duan Lingtian's slightly astounded gaze, Xiangying seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that instantly vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Not long after, Xiangying returned once more. Brother Lingtian, if there's news of the spirit fruit and ageless root you require, how should I go find you? Since you intend to participate in the dynasty martial competition, I presume you ought to be heading to our Darkhan dynasty's capital, right? Xiangying asked. Meanwhile, Xiangying's tone became hurried, as if he'd already found the thing Duan Lingtian required. You can go directly to the capital. I usually stay at the estate the Darkstone Empire purchased in the capital. That estate is called the Darkstone Estate. Duan Lingtian said to Xiangying. All right. Darkstone Estate, I'll remember it. Xiangying nodded. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Pavilion Master Xiang, we'll meet again. I'll wait for your good news. After bidding farewell to Xiangying, Duan Lingtian left the Jubao Pavilion and left Han River City. He did not go anywhere else but directly returned to the Darkhan dynasty's capital. Now, with Pavilion Master Xiang helping me, even if I'm unable to find the ageless root for the time being, I ought to be able to have some leads on the spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. I only hope that he'll be able to help me find it as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. So long as he was able to break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition, he had the confidence to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Once again returning to the capital, Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to return. Feng Clan. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as a graceful figure appeared in his mind. This figure wore a fiery red robe and danced gracefully as if she had turned into a burning flame. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian gradually closed his eyes as slight recollection appeared on his face. Feng Tianwu. The young woman he met in Phoenix Nest City when he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for the first time and arrived at the Darkstone Empire. He still remembered. Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and if she was unable to deal with it before the age of 30, then her body would explode and she would die at the age of 30. Now, since I've arrived at the Darkhan dynasty's capital. I ought to pay a visit to the Feng clan's city governor Feng and take a look at Jianghu. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he had a plan. Big brother, do you know how to get to the Feng clan? Duan Lingtian swiftly stopped a passerby on the street and asked politely with a light smile on his face. I don't. The passerby waved his hand impatiently before going around Duan Lingtian and leaving with large strides. Duan Lingtian could only look at the next passerby that passed by. Big brother, do you know where the Feng clan is? This time, Duan Lingtian withdrew a 1,000 gold note and waved it before the passerby. I know. Of course I know. The passerby's eyes lit up when he saw the gold note, and he spoke hurriedly and excitedly. Meanwhile, the passerby that went around Duan Lingtian and walked in front heard the words of the passerby behind him as well. As he turned around, he secretly exclaimed, "There's still someone that's so willing to help others these days? It's truly rare." But when he turned around and saw the violet-clothed young man that asked him the question earlier had actually withdrawn a 1,000 gold note and passed it over to another passerby, he was completely dumbstruck. I only answered a question and obtained a 1,000 gold note? For a time, he was extremely regretful and hated himself for being too impatient and actually missing this rare opportunity. He swore in his heart. If someone asked for directions in the future, he would surely not be impatient and would patiently answer the person that asked for directions. All this was something that Duan Lingtian would never know. Presently, after he found out the location of the Feng clan estate that the Feng clan resided in, he directly walked over. Not long after, Duan Lingtian stood before the door of a vast estate. This vast estate was dazzling and magnificent, and it looked to not be the slightest bit inferior to the imperial palace. It could be seen from this that the power this estate represented wasn't simple in the territory of the Darkhan dynasty. This Feng clan is really extraordinary. A mere estate's door is comparable to the city gate of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. As he looked at the door before him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the enormous plaque on the door of the estate. On it, 3 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Feng clan. That Feng character, suddenly, seeming to have sensed something, Duan Lingtian's burning gaze stared at the Feng character on the plaque. On this Feng character, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed the aura of an inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into it. Bang! At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of invisible energy surging toward him. Subsequently, his mind became clear. At the same time, a shocking scene appeared before his eyes. In the scene, an exceedingly enormous flying beast floated in the sky, and its entire body emitted an extremely beautiful crimson-red sheen. The body of the flying beast blazed with boundless flames, and it was like a happy fire spirit. Phoenix. Even though Duan Lingtian had never seen a flying beast like this in the past, this flying beast was similar to a phoenix. However, this type of flying demon beast was slightly similar to the legendary divine beast, the phoenix, so it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to link the two together. Most importantly, this scene was in the form of an inscription formation, and it existed within the word Feng on the plaque of the Feng clan estate's entrance. It caused one to be unable to refrain from daydreaming. Duan Lingtian walked out with large strides and headed towards the entrance of the Feng clan estate. In next to no time, the guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate abruptly stood out, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous guardian deities that obstructed Duan Lingtian's path. These Feng clan guards wore fiery red clothes, and the space between their brows was filled with seriousness, causing them to seem to possess an overbearing aura. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop these Feng clan guards and detect their cultivations. The strongest amongst these Feng clan guards was at the 9th level of the void prying stage, and the weakest was at the 7th level of the void prying stage. This caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly speechless. I truly never imagined that the clan Tianwu is from is so terrifying. A martial artist at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above is actually only a guard of the clan she's from. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. What are you here for? Meanwhile, the one and only 9th level void prying stage martial artist amongst the Feng clan guards stood out and stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a low voice. I've come to look for someone. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke slowly. Who are you looking for? The Feng clan guard pursued the root of the matter. I'm looking for Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian directly stated the reason he'd come. Feng Tianwu? The group of Feng clan guards couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Tianwu? Does our Feng clan have such a person? Instantly, many Feng clan guards looked at each other, and some even couldn't help but mutter. Although their voices were soft, it was completely heard by Duan Lingtian, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. It can't be, these people actually don't recognize Tianwu? Little brother, have you come to the wrong place? Our Feng clan doesn't have a person called Feng Tianwu. In next to no time, the Feng clan guard in the lead spoke to Duan Lingtian. There's no person called Feng Tianwu. The Feng clan guard's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned for a time. Are you sure your Feng clan doesn't have a person called Feng Tianwu? In the end, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and asked. No. In the end, the answer Duan Lingtian obtained was still the same. Then I want to ask. How many Feng clans are there in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian asked. In the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, there's only our Feng clan. The Feng clan guard answered Duan Lingtian patiently. Only the Feng clan? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, when these Feng clan guards said their Feng clan didn't have a person called Feng Tianwu, he thought he'd come to the wrong place. He'd even once guessed that it was very likely that a second Feng clan existed in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. And Feng Tianwu was in that Feng clan. But now, the words of the Feng clan guard caused Duan Lingtian to realize that he didn't come to the wrong place. This place was the Feng clan he was looking for. But, they actually don't know Tianwu? How could this be possible? I want to confirm if the person I'm looking for is really in your Feng clan. If all of you haven't heard of Feng Tianwu, then do all of you know Feng Wudao? Duan Lingtian looked at the Feng clan guard and asked a step further. Feng Wudao. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when he spoke these words, the expressions of the group of Feng clan guards went completely pale. These Feng clan guards originally had casual expressions. But right at the instant they finished speaking, they simultaneously revealed expressions of reverence. Chapter 635. When he saw the reverence that the group of Feng clan guards revealed, Duan Lingtian knew that he hadn't found the wrong place. This place was precisely the Feng clan that Feng Wudao spoke of that day. But, how could these members of the Feng clan not know Tianwu? This caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely puzzled. Right at this moment, the Feng clan guard in the lead was the first to recover from his shock, and he took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. Young master, you know the eldest master? Eldest master? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he reacted to what had happened. This Feng clan guard was precisely speaking of Feng Wudao. Yes, I know him. I came here precisely for the sake of looking for him. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he saw Duan Lingtian agree, the Feng clan guard looked at Duan Lingtian once more, and there was slight reverence in his eyes. I've offended you earlier, please forgive me, young master. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. It's fine. I wonder if you can help me notify him? Young master, please follow me. The Feng clan guard didn't go in to notify him, and he directly called out to Duan Lingtian instead. Then he led the way in front and led Duan Lingtian into the Feng clan estate. As for the other Feng clan guards, they stood at the sides and looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian's figure that was disappearing into the distance. The eldest master hasn't appeared before others for many years. I never imagined that such a young man would actually know the eldest master. Yeah, the eldest master is an unreachable legend in our Feng clan. According to rumor, if it wasn't for the eldest master having no interest in the position of patriarch of our Feng clan, the current patriarch of our Feng clan would surely be the eldest master. I've heard of this as well. Supposedly, the eldest master's strength has already attained the acme of perfection, and it's even not inferior to our Feng clan's 2 ancestors. All the Feng clan guards whispered in discussion. All of their words were filled with reverence towards Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao, the eldest master of the Feng clan, and the big brother of the current Feng clan patriarch, his status in the Feng clan wasn't inferior to the patriarch in the slightest, and he directly chased after the 2 great ancestors. Duan Lingtian had learned all of this from the Feng family's general as he followed behind him. Never would I have expected that city master Feng from back then to have such a background. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. At the same time, Duan Lingtian curiously asked the Feng clan guard that led the way ahead. Big brother, I see that your Feng clan estate is extremely grand, and it isn't much inferior to the imperial palace. Your Feng clan's status in the Darkhan dynasty ought to not be low, right? Duan Lingtian's words were actually just a test. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Feng clan general revealed a proud expression, and at the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Young master, you're probably not a member of our Darkhan dynasty, right?" "How do you know?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. If young master is a member of the Darkhan dynasty, then it's impossible for him to not understand our Feng clan. The Feng clan guard lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. In his heart, he faintly realized that the Feng clan was probably in existence with an extraordinary status in the Darkhan dynasty. Meanwhile, the Feng clan guard looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian and asked, "I wonder how I should address you, young master?" Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian spoke frankly. "So it's young master Lingtian. If I'm not wrong, young master Lingtian's appearance in the Darkhan dynasty is most probably for the sake of the dynasty martial competition, right?" As the Feng clan guard finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Exactly." Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it, and then he asked with slight surprise, "How did you see through it?" "Logically speaking, it's truly difficult for others to connect me with the dynasty martial competition with my age." Indeed. The dynasty martial competition gathered the most outstanding young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty and the young geniuses that stood out from the various empires. Normally speaking, these young geniuses were practically all existences around the age of 35. It was extremely difficult for people to connect a young man around the age of 25 like Duan Lingtian with the dynasty martial competition. "Young master Lingtian, I'm actually guessing as well. Since you know the eldest master, then you naturally can't look at him with an ordinary gaze." The Feng clan guard smiled as a matter of course. As he spoke, he revealed extreme blind adoration towards the eldest master of the Feng clan, Feng Wudao. "This works as well?" Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. At the same time, Duan Lingtian deeply realized Feng Wudao's status in the Feng clan. He wasn't the patriarch, yet surpassed the patriarch. With the status of city governor Feng in the Feng clan. Logically speaking, as his daughter, Tian Wu ought to be familiar to the members of the Feng clan. But why did they just happen to not know Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled about this. But he didn't directly ask this Feng clan guard. "I'll wait until I see City Governor Feng or Tian Wu." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The Feng clan estate was extremely vast, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Darkstone Empire's imperial palace. There were numerous servants and maidservants bustling about on the way. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed behind the Feng clan guard and headed all the way towards the east of the Feng clan estate. In the end, they stood before an exceedingly vast estate. This estate was an estate within an estate, and it stood within the Feng clan estate with its door tightly shut, as if it was completely isolated from everything outside. "Young Master Lingtian, this is the estate that the eldest master resides in." The Feng clan guard looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke respectfully. Subsequently, he took 2 steps forward and knocked on the door of the estate. After a short moment, the door of the estate was slowly opened. An aged figure appeared behind the door. This was an old woman. The old woman had an aged appearance and wore green clothes, and she looked like a rotten old woman, but if one looked carefully, one would notice that there seemed to be two strands of bright lights leaping about in the depths of the old woman's eyes. This old woman wasn't simple. Senior Su. The Feng clan guard bowed respectfully when facing the old woman. Is there something you need? The old woman didn't even raise her head as she spoke indifferently. Senior. Before the Feng clan guard spoke, Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain himself from speaking first. He recognized this old woman. The old woman was none other than the Grandma Su he'd met in the Phoenix Nest city governor's estate that day. She was also someone that followed by Tian Wu's side. At that time, for the sake of Tian Wu, Grandma Su didn't even hesitate to kneel before him, and her loyalty to Tian Wu was something that the heavens and the earth could bear witness to. Duan Lingtian had always felt respect towards Grandma Su. Duan Lingtian's voice broke the slightly silent atmosphere at the scene. On the other hand, Grandma Su finally raised her head slowly, and she noticed Duan Lingtian, who stood behind the Feng clan guard with a single glance. Young Master Lingtian. Grandma Su's muddy eyes flickered with bright lights when she saw Duan Lingtian, and she spoke out with slight pleasant surprise. On the other hand, when the Feng clan guard saw the old woman lose her composure and call out Duan Lingtian's name, he truly realized that Duan Lingtian wasn't simple. What a joke. He was extremely clear about who this old woman before him was. Supposedly, this old woman was once the personal servant girl by the side of the wife of the previous patriarch of the Feng clan, and she herself was an expert with extraordinary strength. Presently, even if it was the Feng clan's patriarch, he would still have to be respectful when facing her. She only had to say a single word to control the life and death of a Feng clan guard like him. Senior, long time no see. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to Grandma Su, and it could be considered as a greeting. Grandma Su didn't mind and called out to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Lingtian, please come in. When Duan Lingtian walked into the estate within the estate before him, he didn't forget to turn around and nod to the Feng clan guard. Sorry for the trouble. Young Master Lingtian, you're too courteous. The Feng clan guard hurriedly replied humbly. The Feng clan guard only took a deep breath when the estate within the estate before him was closed, and then he turned around and left. His heart was filled with shock. Earlier, even if it was Senior Su, he was extremely respectful when facing that young man. Even those young masters of our Feng clan weren't treated like this by Senior Su. He wouldn't be the eldest master's illegitimate son, right? As he thought about this, the Feng clan guard couldn't help but guess in his heart. Of course, he only dared to guess. If he dared speak of this guess of his, then even if he had 10 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Presently, Duan Lingtian followed Grandma Su into the estate within the Feng clan estate, and this estate belonged to the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. Young Master Lingtian, when did you come to the capital? Grandma Su led Duan Lingtian in as she asked. I've been here for some time. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and then he asked. Senior, are City Governor Feng and Tian Wu here? Grandma Su shook her head. The eldest master and the young miss went out last month, and they'll probably be gone for some time. But they'll surely be able to rush back before the dynasty martial competition. They went out? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Looks like I've really come at the wrong time. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was invited into the main hall at the center of the estate by Grandma Su, and she brewed a pot of tea for Duan Lingtian. There wasn't a single servant or maidservant in the entire estate, and it was cold and cheerless. Elder Kong isn't here as well? Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings and asked. Grandma Su nodded. Elder Kong has gone out with the eldest master and the young miss. Young Master Lingtian, you probably didn't come to the Darkhan dynasty's capital especially for the sake of looking for the eldest master and the young miss, right? Duan Lingtian had said earlier that he'd already arrived at the Darkhan dynasty's capital for some time, and this obviously showed that Duan Lingtian hadn't come here only for the sake of the Feng clan. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I've precisely come for the Dynasty Martial Competition. Dynasty Martial Competition? Grandma Su was slightly surprised. Could it be that young Master Ling Tian has come representing the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian continued nodding. For a time, the gaze Grandma Su shot at Duan Lingtian had completely changed. I never imagined that in a short few years, young Master Ling Tian's strength would actually improve so swiftly, and he even became eminent amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian spoke modestly. Luck? Grandma Su shook her head. She'd lived for more than half her life, so she naturally wouldn't believe that this was luck. As expected of the man the young miss is destined to be. Extraordinary as expected. Chapter 636. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at Grandma Su and said curiously, I asked those Feng clan guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate earlier. They seemed to not know of the existence of Tian Wu. This was something that Duan Lingtian was deeply puzzled about until now. Feng Tianwu was the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. Logically speaking, everyone in the Feng clan ought to know of her. But those Feng clan guards seemed as if they'd utterly not heard that the Feng clan possessed a figure like Feng Tianwu. This isn't strange. Grandma Su shook her head and said slowly, to a certain extent, the existence of the young miss isn't acknowledged by our Feng clan. In our Feng clan, only the people by the eldest master's side and the young miss's side, and some higher-ups of the Feng clan know of the young miss's existence. All along, the higher-ups of the Feng clan have intentionally concealed the existence of the young miss to the outside world. So, in the Feng clan, not to mention those clan generals, servants, and servant girls, even some young direct-line disciples don't know of the existence of the young Mississippi. As she finished speaking, Grandma Su sighed. Why did the Feng clan's higher-ups do this? Duan Lingtian frowned. Because of the Feng clan's face. Grandma Su spoke slowly. Face? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Could it be that Tian Wu's existence can affect the Feng clan's face? What sort of explanation is this? If young Master Ling Tian has the time, then this old woman will disturb young Master Ling Tian. Allow young Master Ling Tian to understand the cause of this matter. Suddenly, Grandma Su sat down at the side. I have the time. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he was filled with curiosity towards the cause of this matter. At this moment, Grandma Su slowly opened her mouth. Many years ago, beneath the imperial family in the Darkhan dynasty, there were two great clans that reigned supreme. These two great clans were respectively our Feng clan and the Long clan. Our Feng clan and Long clan have always been like fire and water. In the end, we even completely shed all pretenses and caused a storm of blood. The two great clans started an unprecedented battle. At that time, the battle between the two great clans was so intense that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine. The upper echelons of the two great clans all swore that they would exterminate the other clan, and completely exterminate the other clan's bloodline. 30 years ago, our Feng clan schemed against the Long clan and killed numerous void interpretation stage experts. Since then, the Long clan was suppressed by our Feng clan and was even almost annihilated by our Feng clan. And it was at that time that no one would have imagined that the son of our Feng clan's patriarch, the eldest young master of the Feng clan, would actually save the third young miss of the Long clan and even have deep feelings for her. When the old patriarch found out about this matter, it was already many years later. At that time, our Feng clan's eldest young master and Long clan's third young miss had already given birth to a daughter. That time, the old patriarch was angered to death. The Long clan's third young miss blamed herself and chose to commit suicide. At that time, only a single bloodline remained in the Long clan, and that was, when Grandma Su spoke up to hear, she was already sighing repeatedly. That was Tian Wu, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Grandma Su nodded. As expected. Duan Lingtian's gaze was complicated. When Grandma Su spoke of this story, he'd guessed that the Feng clan's eldest young master in the story was Feng Wu Dao. Whereas the Long clan's third young miss was Tian Wu's mother. Tian Wu possessed the bloodline of both the Long clan and Feng clan. What happened after that? Did City Governor Feng protect Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian asked. After arriving in this world for so long, he had a certain level of understanding toward some things in this world. A great clan like the Feng clan attached great importance to face. The Feng clan's old patriarch was angered to death because he felt that his son had brought shame to the Feng clan, and it was because he didn't teach his son well. Duan Lingtian was able to imagine it. After Tian Wu's mother committed suicide, all the higher-ups of the Feng clan would surely cut off the last trace of the Long clan's bloodline for the sake of the vow the Feng clan had once made. Feng Tianwu. No. Grandma Su shook her head. At that time, even though the eldest young master's strength could be said to be at the top amongst his peers, he wasn't a match for that group of old fellows. At that time, it was the Lord Priest and Elder Kong that interfered and protected the young Mrs. life. But from that time onwards, the higher-ups of the Feng clan came to an agreement to not allow outsiders to know of all this. Whereas the young miss was hidden away, and from then on, she followed by the side of the former eldest young master, the current eldest young master, and lived in seclusion. It was precisely because of this that very few people in the Feng clan knew of the young miss's existence. Grandma Su finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian let out a long sigh. I truly never imagined that Tian Wu had such a complicated past. Does Tian Wu know of all this? She doesn't. Grandma Su shook her head, and her expression gradually became serious. Young Master Ling Tian, you must not mention this matter to the young miss no matter what. Otherwise, I'm afraid the young miss will find it difficult to accept. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. He was able to imagine. If Tian Wu found out about this matter, she would probably be overwhelmed with pain. My grandfather was angered to death by me and my parents. Whereas my mother committed suicide because of the death of my grandfather. Most importantly, the other half of the bloodline in her body belonged to the Long clan. Whereas the Long clan was annihilated by the Feng clan. If Tian Wu were to find out the truth of all this, then how would she deal with it? Duan Lingtian found it difficult to imagine. So up until now, the best solution was to never allow Tian Wu to find out about this secret. She's truly a little girl with a fate full of misfortune. Her background is so pitiful, and she even possesses the fire spirit body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt even more pity towards Feng Tianwu in his heart. Young Master Ling Tian, the young miss will be participating in the dynasty martial competition this time. At that time, the young miss will officially make an appearance before everyone. As Grandma Su spoke up to hear, she revealed a rare smile. Are the Feng clan higher-ups willing to allow Tian Wu to make an appearance before everyone? Duan Lingtian asked. Now, it's already beyond their control. Grandma Su spoke slowly, and the space between her brows revealed strong confidence. It's beyond their control? Duan Lingtian was first stunned, and then he recovered from his shock and guessed the meaning contained within Grandma Su's words. Looks like City Governor Feng doesn't have to care about the feelings of that group of Feng clan higher-ups anymore. But, even if Tian Wu makes an appearance before everyone, her identity will probably be intentionally concealed. This was something Duan Lingtian could confirm. He believed it. As Tian Wu's father, for the sake of Tian Wu, City Governor Feng would absolutely not allow Tian Wu to know of her background. But there was one thing he could be sure of. That was, Tian Wu, the only daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, would be known by the world from today onwards and receive great honor and favor. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian was happy for Tian Wu as well. Tian Wu finally didn't have to conceal herself any longer. This little girl with a fate full of misfortune, I hope a method to deal with her fire spirit body can be found. Presently, my true age is almost approaching 30 years old. But up until now, there are still no signs of awakening an innate spirit body. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even though he'd been taken to be the man that Feng Tianwu was destined to be. But up until now, he was utterly unable to help Feng Tianwu deal with the latent threat of the fire spirit body. Perhaps, that prophecy is wrong after all. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Young Master Lingtian, why don't you stay here first and wait for the eldest master and the young miss to return? Grandma Su suggested. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have a place to stay. Since City Governor Feng and Tian Wu will return before the dynasty martial competition, then I'll naturally have the chance to meet them at that time. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells and left. Grandma Su sent Duan Lingtian all the way to the entrance of the Feng clan estate. This caused the group of guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate to be dumbstruck. They only recovered from their shock when Grandma Su left and Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Senior Su actually personally sent this young master out. Who exactly is he? As someone by the side of the eldest master, Senior Su has always lived in seclusion. Even if it's the group of young masters and young misses in the clan, Senior Su doesn't pay the slightest attention to them. Yet this young man is able to make her treat him like this. It's truly shocking. Many Feng clan guards whispered in discussion. On the other hand, the Feng clan guard that brought Duan Lingtian in earlier maintained a calm expression from the beginning until the end. He wasn't surprised by everything that happened earlier. Because he'd noticed since long ago that the old woman had a respectful attitude towards the violet-clothed young man. Even though I didn't see City Governor Feng and Tian Wu when I came to the Feng clan this time, but I found out about Tian Wu's origins, so I didn't come here in vain. After Duan Lingtian left the Feng clan, he intended to return to the estate the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Darkhan dynasty's capital. When he passed by a restaurant, there just happened to be two middle-aged men that walked past Duan Lingtian. The conversation between the two of them drew Duan Lingtian's attention. The Zhang clan is probably going to be in the limelight this time. That eldest young master of the Zhang clan that returned has already broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage at such a young age. It's truly shocking. Supposedly, the Zhang clan's eldest young master has already touched the threshold of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. He has a chance of breaking through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage when the dynasty martial competition begins. Looks like the Zhang clan will surely be able to obtain a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Eldest young master Zhang? Surnamed Zhang? For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that big brother Zhang, Zhang Shouyong, that he'd had some interactions with that day. Big brother Zhang seems to be a member of the Darkhan dynasty's Zhang clan. Could it be that the eldest young master Zhang they spoke of that has returned as big brother Zhang? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he strode out at the same time to stop the two people that were discussing animatedly. What are you doing? Chapter 637. I don't have any ill intent. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then said, I just want to ask the two of you. Is the Zhang clan eldest young master you speak of called Zhang Shouyong? Exactly. The two middle-aged men's expressions eased up slightly when they saw Duan Lingtian only asked about this, and they nodded. Do the two of you know how to get to the Zhang clan? Duan Lingtian asked again. You know the Zhang clan eldest young master? Meanwhile, the two middle-aged men reacted to Duan Lingtian's question, and their faces contained slight seriousness. No matter if it was the Zhang clan or the Zhang clan eldest young master. To them, they were existences that were far beyond their reach. Yes. He's my friend. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him for over 2 years. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed. The gazes the two middle-aged men before him looked at him with were completely different. There was slight reverence in their gazes. The Zhang clan estate of the Zhang clan is in, go that way. In next to no time, the two middle-aged men hurriedly pointed the way to the Zhang clan to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. After he found out the location of the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian thanked the two middle-aged men before leaving with large strides. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived outside a spacious estate. This Zhang clan estate is slightly smaller than the Feng clan estate. Looks like there's a certain distance between the Zhang clan and the Feng clan in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At the entrance to the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian was stopped by a few Zhang clan guards. Who? What do you want? The Zhang clan guards looked vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. I'm looking for Big Brother Zhang, Zhang Shouyong. Duan Lingtian nodded to the Zhang clan guards and went straight to the point. You're a friend of the eldest young master? Instantly, the expressions of the Zhang clan guards eased up, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian seemed to contain slight respect. The eldest young master was a legend to these Zhang clan members. At that time, before the eldest young master left home, he was the top genius of their Zhang clan. This time, because of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, their eldest young master had returned to participate in the dynasty martial competition, and it had caused the confidence of their Zhang clan to increase greatly. As far as everyone in the Zhang clan was concerned, it wasn't difficult for their eldest young master to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with his strength. Now that they knew that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was their young master's friend, they naturally didn't dare to slight him. Why? Do you suspect that I'm an imposter? Your young master should be here, right? Bring me to him. If I'm an imposter, he'll be able to tell at a glance. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. No. We didn't mean that. That's right. We believe in you, young master. We believe in you. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Zhang family's guards panicked. What a joke. If the eldest young master found out that they suspected his friend, then wouldn't they lose a layer of skin in his rage? Young master, I'll bring you to see the eldest young master. In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard stood out and spoke respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed behind this Zhang clan guard to enter the Zhang clan estate. Under the lead of the Zhang clan guard, Duan Lingtian moved all along the way through the Zhang clan estate before finally arriving outside a courtyard. Someone as outstanding as little sister Li Fei is only one of your two close female friends. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. What? Big brother Zhang, you want to find another one as well? Duan Lingtian teased. Go away. Kid, don't get me into trouble. Zhang Shouyong glared at Duan Lingtian, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the pergola. Brother Lingtian, you've probably been here for a long time, right? Why have you only come to look for me now? Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Even though I came to the Dark Han dynasty's capital a long time ago, I left for a period of time. I've only returned recently. Zhang Shouyong came to a sudden understanding, and then he said with a smile, I heard that amongst the young geniuses that came from the Darkstone Empire this time, there are some with good strengths. There's a person called Mo Xian that obtained the honor of being the #1 young expert in the Darkstone Empire during the Young Genius competition half a year ago? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Half a year ago, during the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian was the last to appear, and he used a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage to suppress the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Even Duan Lingtian at that time didn't dare rashly go head-to-head with him. Of course, it was only at that time. Presently, Duan Lingtian felt that he wasn't afraid of Mo Xian. Unless Mo Xian had a fortuitous encounter like him, otherwise, it was impossible for Mo Xian to compare to him now. Presently, his cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage, and his spiritual force had even attained the level of the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. So long as a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist wasn't an inscription master, it would be impossible for the martial artist to escape the interference of the illusory space created by his soul skill, thousand illusions. Moreover, relying on the wind concept fragment, at the same time that Duan Lingtian's cultivation rose swiftly, his comprehension of wind concept wasn't slow in the slightest. Presently, Duan Lingtian's elementary wind concept had already been comprehended to the 5th level. 5th level void initiation stage cultivation, 5th level wind concept. Coupled with his spiritual force at the 7th level of the void initiation stage. It was sufficient to allow Duan Lingtian to reign supreme amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. If it was said that amongst the other 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, the person he was most afraid of was undoubtedly his good friend, Su Li. Su Li had a mysterious and unfathomable master. Presently, Su Li's cultivation was probably not the 4th level of the void initiation stage that he saw the last time. After Su Li, the person that Duan Lingtian was more afraid of was Long Yun. Long Yun has a master as well, and his master isn't much inferior to Su Li's master. Perhaps, Long Yun's strength has already caught up to Mo Xian now. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, unless Mo Xian had fortuitous encounters like him, Su Li, and Long Yun. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Mo Xian to surpass the 3 of them in his entire lifetime. Are you confident in defeating him now? Zhang Shouyong stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that contained deep meaning. I don't dare say I'm confident. I'll only know after I try. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Big Brother Zhang, I heard that your cultivation has already broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage. When the dynasty martial competition arrives half a year from now, you even have a chance to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage? Zhang Shouyong smiled lightly. Not necessarily. Presently, I've only touched the threshold of the 9th level of the void initiation stage, and there's still quite a distance for me to break through. Big Brother Zhang, you're being modest. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he asked curiously. Big Brother Zhang, I wonder if your Earth concept, right at this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted Duan Lingtian. Big Brother, I heard you have a friend? A calm voice sounded out from afar. The voice sounded to be calm, yet Duan Lingtian was able to sense a trace of jealousy and hatred that wasn't obvious. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over. A robust young man around the age of 30 that wore blue clothes with a medium build walked over with large strides, and he walked into the pergola at the center of the lake in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zhang Shouyong stood up and glanced indifferently at this person before introducing to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this is my second brother, Zhang Shouyuan. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded to the robust young man, Zhang Shouyuan. No matter what, this person was Zhang Shouyong's second brother, and he couldn't be rude. But in next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. Chapter 638. Even a person made of clay had a temper. Zhang Shouyuan's attitude caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but frown. This is Big Brother Zhang's second brother? Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, this is my second brother of the same father. He refused to accept me since a young age and made it difficult for me at all times. This time, I suddenly returned and seized his limelight, causing him to be even more displeased. But, his strength is inferior to me, yet he doesn't dare offend me directly. He's actually intentionally making it difficult for me by treating you like this now. You don't have to take it to heart. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Zhang Shouyuan's voice transmission. So they're brothers of the same father. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He was wondering why Zhang Shouyuan would have such a brother with his straightforward character. So it turned out that they grew up drinking milk from different mothers. No wonder. Big Brother Zhang, don't worry, I'm not to the extent of making a fuss about it with him. Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied via voice transmission. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop Zhang Shouyuan, he detected Zhang Shou Yuan's cultivation at the first possible moment. 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Needless to say, even though Zhang Shou Yuan was slightly arrogant, his strength and natural talent weren't bad. His age wasn't much older than the young genius of the Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian, that had come to the capital with him, yet his cultivation seemed to have surpassed Mo Xian. Big brother, sit. And this. What's your name again? After Zhang Shou Yuan gestured for Zhang Shou Yuan to sit, he looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned as he picked his ear. I'm sorry, my memory is bad and I forgot your name. You ought to not mind introducing yourself again, right? Zhang Shou Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and narrowed his eyes as he asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhang Shou Yuan as he spoke word by word. Duan Lingtian? This name isn't bad, it's arrogant enough. I just don't know if you're qualified to have such a crazy name. Zhang Shou Yuan stared at Duan Lingtian with flowing light flickering in his eyes, and there was no lack of provocation. It's just a name. What qualifications do I need? Duan Lingtian shook his head and sat down again. He looked at Zhang Shou Yong and said, Brother Zhang, we parted in a hurry last time, so I didn't have the chance to catch up with you. Today, after sister-in-law has prepared some good wine and delicacies, I will definitely drink with you until we're drunk. Good. Today, Brother Ling Tian and I will drink until we're drunk. Zhang Shou Yong withdrew his gaze from Zhang Shou Yuan and looked towards Duan Lingtian as he laughed heartily. On the other hand, the expression of Zhang Shou Yuan who stood at the side darkened completely. What an arrogant brat. Zhang Shou Yuan stared at Duan Lingtian with a fierce glint in his eyes. In his opinion, a kid who looked to be around 25 years old actually dared to give him a hard time. He was simply courting death. Did they really think that he, Zhang Shou Yuan, was a sick cat? Big brother. Zhang Shou Yuan looked at Zhang Shou Yong and lightly smiled as he asked. Earlier, even though I was far away, I still heard you and this friend of yours discussing the dynasty martial competition. He seems to have become eminent in the Darkstone Empire and is a young genius that has come to participate in the dynasty martial competition of our Darkhan dynasty. So what if he is? Zhang Shou Yong frowned and spoke with slight impatience. He was extremely clear about the ability of this second brother of his who shared the same father but a different mother. Now, he faintly realized that this second brother of his intended to do something. Moreover, it was targeted towards Duan Lingtian. He thought in his heart and was prepared. So long as this second brother of his dared act rashly, he would stop it at the first possible moment. In this way, even though this friend of yours is young, his strength is extremely high. It's even to the extent that his natural talent might be even stronger than you. Zhang Shou Yuan continued. Brother Ling Tian's natural talent is naturally stronger than mine. Zhang Shou Yong said. I truly never imagined that I, Zhang Shou Yuan, would have the fortune to meet someone that even Big Brother feels inferior to. This is Brother Ling Tian, right? Zhang Shou Yuan's face revealed a brilliant smile, and in the end, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Ling Tian, my big brother admits that his natural talent is inferior to yours. I presume that even though you're young, your cultivation is surely extremely extraordinary. You're too kind. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. The depths of Zhang Shou Yuan's gaze flickered with a flowing light of his scheme succeeding, and he went straight to the point. Brother Ling Tian, why don't we have a spar before my sister-in-law has finished preparing the fine wine and delicacies? I really want to experience your strength. At this moment, Zhang Shou Yuan had completely exposed his objective. Earlier, his flattery of Duan Lingtian was actually only setting the stage. What he was waiting for was precisely this moment. It would make it difficult for Duan Lingtian to refuse his challenge of a spar. Humph. A 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist like you bullying a young man over the age of 20. Don't you think it's shameful? Finally, Zhang Shou Yong couldn't watch on any longer. Big brother, what you said is wrong. I only admire Brother Ling Tian's natural talent and strength, and I only want to have a spar with him. Zhang Shouyuan shook his head and stared at Duan Lingtian as he said slowly, Brother Lingtian, are you willing to give me face and have a spar with me? A spar between us can stop when it's appropriate, and be sure not to harm our relationship. Of course, if Brother Lingtian doesn't dare, then forget it. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyuan's voice became slightly strange, and it was slightly sarcastic. Brother Lingtian, ignore him. Zhang Shouyang's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. He only wants to use you to strike a blow at me. If you agree, then you'll fall into his trap. But Zhang Shouyang's persuasion was obviously useless. You're Big Brother Zhang's second brother. Since you've spoken, I naturally won't refuse. I promise you that we'll have a spar. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyuan and spoke word by word. Ha! Good. Brother Lingtian is straightforward as expected. Zhang Shouyuan laughed loudly, and his eyes were filled with the sheen of a scheme that had succeeded. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyuan looked at the surroundings and said to Duan Lingtian, Brother Lingtian, even though we'll stop when it's appropriate, but because the space here is too small. If I'm careless and knock you into the lake and cause you to become a drenched rat, then you have to bear with it. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyuan's eyes were filled with a mocking expression. It was as if he'd already seen the scenes of Duan Lingtian being blasted into the lake by him and being drowned. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, but if you accidentally fall into the lake, then I hope you similarly bear with it. Of course. Zhang Shouyuan replied with a smile, and he thought that Duan Lingtian was only sulking with him when he spoke these words. He really didn't take a young man over the age of 20 seriously. As far as he was concerned. After Duan Lingtian found out about his cultivation from his big brother, Duan Lingtian still dared to agree to spar with him. It was none other than because Duan Lingtian felt embarrassed and couldn't refuse. Actually, Duan Lingtian was already prepared to be bashed by Zhang Shouyuan. What he had to do now was cooperate with Duan Lingtian and properly bash Duan Lingtian, and make Duan Lingtian enter the lake to sober up. In this way, he would be able to hold his head high before his big brother. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for getting acquainted with Zhang Shouyang and becoming friends with him. Zhang Shouyuan's heart was filled with boundless ruthlessness. Since it's like this, then please begin. Duan Lingtian left his seat and stood at the side of the pergola, and after he nodded to Zhang Shouyuan, he waited for Zhang Shouyuan to make a move. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't move like a mountain. Brother Lingtian is straightforward as expected. Since it's like this, then I won't hold back. Zhang Shouyuan replied as the origin energy on his body pulsated, and it converged even more onto his legs. For a time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him before transforming into 8 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down while accumulating force and waiting to be deployed. Suddenly, Zhang Shouyuan moved. Swoosh! Zhang Shouyuan's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky above him, another 5 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. There seemed to be strands of blue-colored energy within the raging origin energy on Zhang Shouyuan's body. 5th level water concept. At the instant Zhang Shouyuan made a move, Zhang Shouyang's heart rose to his throat, and his expression became slightly serious. He didn't know why Duan Lingtian would so readily accept his second brother's challenge. But if Duan Lingtian continued to persist, then it wasn't good for him to continue dissuading Duan Lingtian. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, this was only a spar, and Duan Lingtian would at most suffer some light injuries, and it wouldn't be anything serious. If his second brother dared attack ruthlessly, then he wouldn't stand by idly. Bring it on. When he saw Zhang Shouyuan seem to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew over, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and 2 strands of faintly visible dim light seemed to have appeared in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian utilized his soul skill, An illusory space was constructed by Duan Lingtian, and it swept out to envelop the body of Zhang Shouyuan who'd pounced over. At this instant, a tremendous change occurred in the world Zhang Shouyuan was in. This, Zhang Shouyuan was completely dumbstruck when he saw the scene before him. Heavens! What have I seen? The attack of his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, was about to cover the heavens and the earth as it descended onto Duan Lingtian and was about to blast Duan Lingtian flying. Right at the critical moment, Zhang Shouyuan took the initiative to move aside. Accurately speaking, Zhang Shouyuan turned to attack the air at the side, and he barely avoided Duan Lingtian who stood on the spot without moving in the slightest. What's going on? The strange scene before him caused Zhang Shouyuan to be dumbstruck. What's second young master doing? Meanwhile, in the surroundings of the pergola, many Zhang clan's servants stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the scene before them. The scene before them was difficult to imagine, and they only felt it was unbelievable. In next to no time, everyone saw it again. Duan Lingtian, your strength isn't bad indeed. But I won't play with you any longer. Chapter 639. At this moment, a grade 5 spirit saber had appeared out of thin air in Zhang Shouyuan's hand, and the spirit saber whistled out as it slashed towards the lake. Instantly, the saber light condensed from origin energy combined with 5th level water concept whistled out to descend into the lake and forcefully split the water in the lake into two. Bang! Waves of water splashed out and drenched the clothes of Zhang Shouyuan who stood in midair. Second young master wouldn't have gone mad, right? Some of the spectating Zhang clan servants felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this scene, and chills ran down their spines. When had they seen a similar scene? In next to no time, Zhang Shouyuan struck out with his saber once more, and the saber light whistled out once more to descend into the lake. Instantly, waves of water arose once more in the lake and splashed out towards the surroundings. For a time, the group of servants in the surroundings of the pergola in the lake were drenched by the waves of water. But no one paid attention to this. The gazes of everyone were still on the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. What's going on? In the pergola in the lake, Zhang Shouyuan looked at the scene before him and was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. When he saw his second brother attacking the air and attacking the lake as if he'd gone mad, he was completely dumbstruck as well. In the end, he recovered from his shock and couldn't help but look at the nearby Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, he noticed. Presently, Duan Lingtian looked at his second brother with a calm expression, and he seemed to not be surprised by everything that had occurred before his eyes. His heart couldn't help but tremble. All of this. Could it be that brother Lingtian controlled it all? For a time, traces of fear arose in Zhang Shouyuan's heart. There was no need to make a move, yet he was able to play with a dignified 6th level void initiation stage martial artist in the palm of his hand. What ability is this? For the first time, he felt Duan Lingtian was so unfamiliar. He still remembered that when he met Duan Lingtian for the first time a few years ago, it was at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only an extremely ordinary martial artist in his eyes. At that time, even if he were to face 100 or 1,000 Duan Lingtian, he would not feel any pressure. But now, for the first time in his life, he felt powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. That young man from the past had now grown to such an extent that he was completely unable to fathom him. If brother Lingtian's methods can affect me, then I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Zhang Shouyuan couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Moreover, the fear in his heart grew deeper and deeper along with the actions of his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, and it was difficult to eliminate. Duan Lingtian, do you dare not dodge? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyuan shouted explosively. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Shouyuan, who floated in the sky above the lake, lowered his head to look at the empty lake, and his eyes were suffused with a cold light. Let me see if you can continue fleeing. Whoosh! In the next moment, origin energy coiled around Zhang Shouyuan's body, and it was suffused with strands of dark blue-colored energy. His entire body seemed as if it was coiled by a layer of light mist, and he seemed to have transformed into a water dragon that charged into the lake with a bang. Zhang Shouyuan, who didn't put up an origin energy light barrier to resist the lake water, instantly became a drenched rat. OM. 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 Zhang Shouyuan didn't stop the movements of his hands while he was in the lake, and his spirit saber still swept out aimlessly in all directions. Instantly, the water in the entire lake splashed up and enveloped the entire lake and shore, and it seemed as if it was raining. Only the pergola at the center wasn't affected. Duan Lingtian. Zhang Shouyuan roared ceaselessly, and every time the spirit saber in his hand flashed out, he would shout out in shock, as if he was using this to boost his courage. The surrounding Zhang clan servants and maidservants grew in number. What's the second young master doing? The second young master wouldn't have really gone mad, right? It shouldn't be. In my opinion, he ought to be performing artificial rain for the eldest young master and the eldest young master's friends. With the relationship between the second young master and eldest young master, do you think there's such a possibility? The group of servants and maidservants discussed animatedly. The surrounding people grew in number, and in the end, many Zhang clan disciples came over after hearing the news. When they saw the scene before their eyes, they were completely dumbstruck. Second young master. Second young master. Many people charged into the lake with the intention of waking Zhang Shouyuan up. But unfortunately, they hadn't even approached when they were struck by Zhang Shouyuan's saber, and they could only retreat in panic, and all of them were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. What's wrong with the second young master? Why doesn't he even recognize us? When he sees us, he's like a hunter that has seen his prey, and he wishes for nothing more than to swallow us up. Could it be that it's really as they said, the second young master has gone mad? The group of Zhang clan disciples looked at each other. In the end, the surroundings of the lake was practically filled with people. Everyone was watching Zhang Shouyuan's performance. Yuan. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in luxurious clothes flashed over, and in the blink of an eye, she'd arrived nearby Zhang Shouyuan, who was in the lake. Her expression was especially unsightly. But when facing the middle-aged woman, Zhang Shouyuan still ceaselessly struck out with his saber, and saber lights whistled out to sweep towards the middle-aged woman. Whoosh! With a raise of her hand, a spirit sword appeared in the middle-aged woman's hand, and her origin energy raged as sword concept followed like a shadow to obliterate Zhang Shouyuan's saber lights. The middle-aged woman's cultivation surpassed Zhang Shouyuan, and she'd already stepped into the 7th level of the void initiation stage. It wasn't just that, she'd even comprehended 6th level sword concept. Coupled with a grade 5 spirit sword, she suppressed Zhang Shouyuan. Second young master has really gone mad. She's his mother. Many Zhang clan members in the surroundings were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. The middle-aged woman that appeared now was none other than the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch, Zhang Shouyuan's mother. Of course, this was the second wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch. The first wife was the mother of their Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, and she'd passed away from illness many years ago. Yuan, look clearly, I'm your mother. Every single time the middle-aged woman attacked, sword lights would arrive like a shadow and disperse Zhang Shouyuan's attacks. She ceaselessly wanted to rouse Zhang Shouyuan, yet Zhang Shouyuan utterly paid no attention to her. At this moment, Zhang Shouyuan seemed as if he'd gone mad. What exactly is going on? The middle-aged woman's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and she had no choice but to swing the spirit sword in her hand, causing dazzling sword lights to skyrocket to sweep towards her son, Zhang Shouyuan, and suppress him. Subsequently, she approached Zhang Shouyuan before withdrawing her sword and raising her hand to directly knock Zhang Shouyuan unconscious. The curtains to the farce had been drawn. On the other hand, the lake that waves ceaselessly surged gradually recovered its calm. Second mother. In the pergola at the center of the lake, Zhang Shouyong glanced indifferently at the middle-aged woman and nodded, and it could be considered as greeting her. What's going on? The middle-aged woman stared at Zhang Shouyong, and a trace of coldness seemed to jump about in the depths of her eyes as she asked with a low voice. Second mother is asking me, how would I know? Zhang Shouyong lightly shook his head as he spoke indifferently. You. The middle-aged woman's expression was unsightly to the extreme when she saw Zhang Shouyong speaking so half-heartedly, and she was angered to the point her body started trembling. The Duan Lingtian that my son has always been shouting about ought to be this person by your side, right? In the end, the middle-aged woman's gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man by Zhang Shouyong's side as she asked with a low voice. Exactly. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he lightly smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, let me introduce you. This is the wife of our Zhang clan's patriarch, and she's also my second mother. Zhang Shouyong emphasized the two words second mother. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the relationship between Zhang Shouyong and this second mother of his didn't seem to be very good. Of course, he didn't feel that Zhang Shouyong was unfilial. Since this middle-aged woman appeared, knocked out Zhang Shouyuan, and then spoke to Zhang Shouyong, she'd always been arrogant and had a superior appearance. Even though he was only a spectator, he felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. Perhaps, in the eyes of this woman, only a son that was related to her by blood was her son, and only then would she dote on him in every possible way. A son of her husband's ex-wife like Zhang Shouyong was like a stranger in her eyes. So it's Madam, Duan Lingtian greets you. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged woman as he spoke slowly. His tone didn't contain the slightest fluctuation of emotion, and it was as if he was speaking to an unimportant person. Duan Lingtian, right? The middle-aged woman stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as she asked with a low voice. What exactly happened earlier? Why would my son be like that? All of this was caused by you? The middle-aged woman's words were filled with a questioning tone. If one didn't know better, one would think that she was interrogating a criminal. Duan Lingtian frowned. The middle-aged woman's arrogant manner made him very unhappy. However, when he heard the middle-aged woman's words, Duan Lingtian still smiled. Madam, you think too highly of me. Do you think that I have the ability to do that? The middle-aged woman took a deep breath, and the doubt in her eyes deepened. She still couldn't figure out what had happened earlier. How did her son suddenly become like that? Earlier, her son had been playing in the lake like a madman. It was more like a monkey for everyone to see. As his mother, she felt utterly embarrassed. Then why did my son call out your name? What happened before that? The middle-aged woman clearly did not intend to let Duan Lingtian off so easily, and she continued to question him in a low voice. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was not surprised by the middle-aged woman's questioning. He said unhurriedly, I'll have to start from when I looked for Big Brother Zhang to reminisce about old times. Madam, do you want me to elaborate? When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged woman with a faint smile on his face. Speak. The middle-aged woman grunted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian nodded, then slowly said, Today, I came to the Zhang clan to reminisce about old times with Big Brother Zhang. Second young master's sudden arrival caused Big Brother Zhang and I to be slightly surprised. After Big Brother Zhang introduced me to second young master seemed to be extremely interested in me, and he spoke of wanting to spar with me. Chapter 640. On the other hand, the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators became slightly strange. They'd never imagined that such a thing had occurred earlier. But when they recalled the scene from before, they realized that the development of the matter didn't seem to be so smooth. Something seemed to have occurred on the side of the second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. Second young master warmly invited me to spar with him and said not to overdo it. I naturally couldn't refuse. Duan Lingtian continued. But who would have imagined that right when the second young master made a move against me, he suddenly seemed as if he was possessed by something, and he abandoned me and charged towards the lake instead. He kept shouting my name loudly and kept attacking the lake, as if he'd gone mad. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman. Madam, could it be that the second young master has really gone mad? You. The woman was angered to the point her expression was unsightly to the extreme. She kept having the feeling that the course of the matter was absolutely not so simple. No one knew her son better than her. She was sure that her son hadn't gone mad. Everything that had occurred earlier was absolutely related to the violet-clothed young man before her. But now, even if she spoke of her thoughts, would anyone believe her? Not to mention others, even she found it difficult to explain why the violet-clothed young man was able to make her son suddenly seem as if he'd gone mad and charge into the lake by himself before attacking the air and the lake water like a madman. You've really made a good friend. In the end, the woman glared at Duan Lingtian, and then she glanced deeply at Zhang Shouyong before taking the unconscious Zhang Shouyuan and leaving while gnashing her teeth slightly. For a time, a wave of booing arose from the surrounding crowd of spectators. The second young master surely has ill intentions when looking for this guest of the eldest young master to spar, and it's even to the extent that he wants to use him to strike a blow at the eldest young master. This isn't difficult to guess. But perhaps the second young master never imagined that the outcome would be like this. Yeah, if he knew beforehand, he would surely not act in that way. The second young master has really lost face this time. Didn't you see the madam's expression turn dark earlier? The surrounding crowd of spectators guessed what had happened. It wasn't a secret in the Zhang clan that the second young master and eldest young master were on bad terms. Disperse. A brilliant smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face when he saw that the woman had suffered a setback. Soon after, he looked towards the group of people around the lake and instructed. Immediately, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. For a moment, the entire lake and the pavilion in the middle of the lake regained their tranquility. Brother Ling Tian, I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for so many years, you've actually grasped such a terrifying ability. You utterly don't have to make a move against a 6th level void initiation stage martial artist before being able to toy with him in the palm of your hand. Zhang Shouyong asked Duan Lingtian to sit down and sighed. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian said modestly. Brother Lingtian, you're too humble. I've never seen or heard of such a method of yours before. Looks like it isn't difficult for you to advance in the dynasty martial competition this time with your strength. In the end, Zhang Shouyong was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. I also hope to advance and see the young experts of the other 9 dynasties. Duan Lingtian smiled. Presently, his cultivation was at the 5th level of the void initiation stage. Relying on origin stones, if nothing unexpected happened, he ought to be able to break through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition half a year from now arrived. At that time, his spiritual force would advance to the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Perhaps, relying on my 8th level void initiation stage spiritual force to execute the soul skill, 1000 Illusions, would be sufficient to become eminent in the Darkhan Dynasty's dynasty martial competition. But during the dynasty martial competition, there would surely be no lack of experts from the various empires and dynasties amongst the spectators. There would surely be many inscription masters amongst these people. Their spiritual forces would surely be on the group of young geniuses that were competing for the dynasty martial competition at all times. In the past, even though there were inscription masters present in the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there weren't many. Moreover, the level of their spiritual forces was limited, and it was difficult for them to see through the soul skill, 1000 Illusions, that I combined my spiritual force with my soul brand. But in the Darkhan dynasty, there would surely be inscription masters capable of seeing through the soul skill, 1000 Illusions, that I executed. Once my soul skill, 1000 Illusions, is exposed, I'm afraid I'll bring disaster upon myself. Those inscription masters would surely be interested in the soul skill, 1000 Illusions, that I possess. So during the dynasty martial competition, besides being unable to rashly utilize high-grade spirit weapons, I can't even utilize the soul skill, 1000 Illusions. In his previous life, Duan Lingtian was a mercenary that walked out from a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, and he understood the principle that the hearts of men were sinister. In this lifetime, he'd even fused with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, causing his thoughts to be even more meticulous. He didn't allow himself to be placed in an unknown danger. So, he made a decision. No matter if it was the dynasty martial competition or the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, if he didn't have absolute confidence in not being noticed by others, he wouldn't rashly utilize the soul skill, 1,000 illusions. I hope I'll be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage during the dynasty martial competition. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to become eminent. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Now, I only hope that Pavilion Master Xiang will be able to help me obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists before the dynasty martial competition, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for the ageless root, Duan Lingtian didn't dare think about it. Of course, if he was really able to obtain the ageless root, Duan Lingtian would surely be overjoyed. Obtaining the ageless root meant that he would be able to refine the rebirth pill. With his current cultivation, he was perhaps unable to digest even 1/10,000 of the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, but even if it was less than 1/10,000 of the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it would surely be sufficient to allow him to advance a few levels. I'm currently at the 5th level of the void initiation stage. If I'm able to consume the rebirth pill, I don't dare say I'll be able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time, but the 8th level of the void initiation stage would surely not have any suspense. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. The Emperor Wu of Samsara had once consumed a rebirth pill, and he was extremely clear about how terrifying the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was. But unfortunately, obtaining the ageless root isn't a simple matter. Now, I don't dare think about obtaining the ageless root before the dynasty martial competition. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I only hope that I'm able to obtain the ageless root before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins and refine the rebirth pill from there. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to stand out and become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. In next to no time, Wang Qiong brought along a few servant girls that carried fine wine and delicacies into the pergola at the center of the lake. Sister-in-law, sit down as well. Duan Lingtian smiled as he called out to Wang Qiong when he saw the servant girls put down the fine wine and delicacies. Wang Qiong replied and sat by Zhang Shouyang's side, and there was slight worry mixed between her brows as she looked at Zhang Shouyang. I heard the madam came over earlier. Wang Qiong had obviously heard of what happened earlier. Wang Qiong was obviously slightly afraid of the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife. Yes. Zhang Shouyang nodded. There's no need to care about her. Even if she suspects that brother Ling Tian did it, she doesn't have any proof, and no one will believe her. Wang Qiong heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, long time no see. Let me toast both of you. Duan Lingtian raised his wine cup as he looked at Zhang Shouyang and Wang Qiong, and he smiled lightly. Ha. All right. Zhang Shouyang laughed heartily as he hurriedly raised his wine cup to return the toast. For a time, the atmosphere in the pergola at the center of the lake rose, and Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang chatted happily. Little sister Fei still hasn't returned? After 3 rounds of wine, Wang Qiong asked Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said with a smile, this time, I intend to use the opportunity of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to head to the foreign lands. At that time, I'll go look for little Fei. Wang Qiong nodded. Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly filled with confidence towards himself, and he was confident that he would be able to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and join the powers of the foreign lands. At that time, you and I can go together. Zhang Shouyang laughed loudly. After the 3 of them finished the fine wine and delicacies, Duan Lingtian looked at the wine gourd on Zhang Shouyang's waist, and his brows raised. Big brother Zhang, this wine gourd is your current weapon? You intend to use the dynasty martial competition and the martial competition of the 10 dynasties against your enemies? Zhang Shouyang said with a smile, Brother Lingtian, I seem to have introduced it to you that day, right? Don't look down on it. It's a grade 5 spirit weapon. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. At that time, Big Brother Zhang even said that this wine gourd of yours is able to hold 5,000 kilograms of wine. But, all the young geniuses in the dynasty martial competition surely possess a grade 5 spirit weapon. Even if it's a grade 4 spirit weapon, I'm afraid many young geniuses possess one. I know. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he sighed. Our Zhang clan gave me a grade 4 spirit weapon not long ago. But, I'm used to using this wine gourd, and I'm really not used to using other grade 4 spirit weapons. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong stretched out his hand to stroke the wine gourd on his waist, as if he was stroking his second lover. The status of this wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's heart could be seen from this. Big Brother Zhang, have you thought of asking a grade 4 weapons craftsman to help you improve this wine gourd to a grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. I've naturally thought of this, and I even mentioned it to my father. But unfortunately, that grade 4 weapons craftsman that's familiar with our Zhang clan is only skilled in refining grade 4 spirit weapons like blades and swords, and he doesn't have the confidence to refine a different grade 4 spirit weapon like the wine gourd. Zhang Shouyong spoke with slight regret. Big Brother Zhang, go look for some materials, and then give me the materials and this wine gourd. I'll give you a brand new wine gourd in a few days, how about it? Duan Lingtian spoke to Zhang Shouyong with a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. Zhang Shouyong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said with slight surprise, Brother Lingtian, you know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Chapter 641. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian execute an ability that was difficult to see through, Zhang Shouyong was already extremely shocked. Now, based on Duan Lingtian's words, he seemed to know a grade 4 weapons craftsman, and it caused him to be even more shocked. He suddenly felt. The little fellow that he had to take care of all those years ago had already truly grown up. Perhaps it won't be long before he'll be able to surpass me. Wait. Perhaps he's already surpassed me now. Zhang Shouyong sighed in his heart. In terms of age. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he was almost 10 years older. But his natural talent and ability was something he felt ashamed of being inferior to. Not to mention anything else, just the ability Duan Lingtian used to deal with his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, from the beginning until the end, he wasn't able to clearly see what was going on. If it wasn't for him seeing Duan Lingtian's composure at that time and realizing that it was Duan Lingtian's ability, he would have been completely clueless. Otherwise, he would really be the same as the crowd of spectators at that time and think that Zhang Shouyuan himself had gone mad. Grade 4 weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard Zhang Shouyong. He wasn't a grade 4 weapons craftsman now. Presently, his cultivation had broken through to the void initiation stage and was already capable of condensing a grade 3 weapon flame. So long as he had sufficient materials, he was completely capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon. But he didn't expose it for now. Sort of. Zhang Shouyong was slightly unable to understand what Duan Lingtian meant. But he saw the strong confidence contained within Duan Lingtian's eyes at this moment, as if confident that he would surely be able to return him a brand new grade 4 spirit weapon, the wine gourd. For a time, his breathing became hurried. Brother Lingtian, what materials do you need? I'll go look for them right away. Zhang Shouyong was slightly impatient. Even in his dreams, he wanted to upgrade the wine gourd he carried with him to a grade 4 spirit weapon. Now that he saw hope, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and with a raise of his hand, he withdrew a brush and paper from his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian waved his brush and wrote a dense number of words on a piece of white paper in a flamboyant style. If there was a high-grade weapon refiner here, he would definitely be shocked to see the materials written by Duan Lingtian. This was because the materials Duan Lingtian had written down were all materials required to craft a grade 3 spirit weapon. Some of the materials were even the main materials required to refine grade 3 spirit weapons. However, Zhang Shouyong was unaware of all this. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. Although his martial Dao talent was high, he knew nothing about the Dao of weapon refinement. That's all. Soon, Duan Lingtian put away his brush. He wrote down a pile of materials. Apart from some materials needed to help Zhang Shouyong upgrade the grade of the spirit artifact gourd, there were also some materials needed to upgrade the grade 4 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in his possession. He believed that with the Zhang clan's ability, they would be able to gather these materials very quickly. I'll go collect them now. Zhang Shouyong received the paper in Duan Lingtian's hand and hurriedly stood up, and he was slightly impatient. But before he left, he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Brother Lingtian, why don't you stay in our Zhang clan estate for a period of time? After I've finished collecting these materials, you can leave with my spirit artifact gourd and go look for that weapons refinement grandmaster?" "Sure." Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed. As far as he was concerned, there wasn't much of a difference between staying in the Zhang clan estate and returning to the Darkstone Empire's estate in the capital. Moreover, he was only familiar with Su Li over there. On the other hand, Su Li had been elusive recently, and he rarely had any interactions with Su Li. Instead, he had Zhang Shouyong to drink and chat with in this Zhang clan estate, and it was rather pleasant. "Qiong, return to the courtyard and prepare a guest room for Brother Ling Tian. I'll go collect these materials for weapon refinement." In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong spoke to Wang Qiong before leaving hastily. The matter was related to the grade of his wine gourd, so he didn't dare dally. "Brother Ling Tian, I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Wang Qiong spoke with slight embarrassment when she saw her husband leave hastily. "It's fine. I can understand Big Brother Zhang's feelings." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was led by Wang Qiong to return to the courtyard she and Zhang Shouyong resided in. The courtyard was extremely spacious, and there were many unused rooms. Wang Qiong got 2 servant girls to clean up a room for Duan Lingtian before allowing Duan Lingtian to stay. "See if there's anything you need, feel free to ask." After Duan Lingtian stayed, Wang Qiong spoke with a light smile. "All right." Duan Lingtian replied. "I'll be troubling sister-in-law." "It's no trouble." Wang Qiong shook her head, and then she left the room. "Brother Ling Tian, rest well, I'll be leaving first." After Wang Qiong left, she closed the door behind her. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed instead, and he held the wind concept fragment in his hand before withdrawing a mid-grade origin stone and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he'd forgotten the time. After the mid-grade origin stone was consumed, Duan Lingtian withdrew another mid-grade origin stone and continued cultivating. Coupled with the assistance of the wind concept fragment, his cultivation and wind concept were improving at an extremely swift speed. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian would occasionally feel hungry, and he'd leave his room to eat. On the other hand, Wang Qiong would get someone to specially prepare delicacies for him every single time. When one cultivated to Duan Lingtian's current level, one was already capable of abstaining from eating to a certain extent, and one was able to only eat after a long period of time, and it wouldn't affect one's body in the slightest. Duan Lingtian forgot the time while cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian woke up from his cultivation. Another mid-grade origin stone is gone. As he looked at the stone in his hand that had lost the spirit energy of the heaven and earth and seemed to be dim and lusterless, Duan Lingtian shook his head, and he casually tossed the stone aside. Then, another mid-grade primordial stone appeared in his hand. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to continue cultivating. "Brother Ling Tian." Duan Lingtian heard a wave of voices from outside the door. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong's voice. "Big Brother Zhang has returned?" Duan Lingtian left his bed and opened the door. Outside the door, Zhang Shouyong was shockingly standing there. Big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, I've found all the materials you wanted. Here. With a raise of his hand, Zhang Shouyong passed a spatial ring that had already removed its ownership to Duan Lingtian. So fast? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. It's already been a month, how is this fast? Zhang Shouyong didn't take it seriously when he heard Duan Lingtian. After all, during this past month, besides utilizing the connections of the Zhang clan to search for that pile of materials, he himself had personally gone all over to search for these materials. This also caused him to not return many times in this past month. But Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. It's been a month? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He never imagined that so many days had passed. He, who'd always been immersed in cultivation, thought that only 10+ days had passed since he came to look for Zhang Shouyong that day. After receiving the spatial ring from Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian looked at the wine gourd on Zhang Shouyong's waist. Big brother Zhang, give me your spirit weapon gourd. All right. Zhang Shouyong hurriedly nodded, then took off the wine gourd and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong hesitated for a moment before saying, during the process of searching for those materials, I heard a grade 5 weapons craftsman say. Amongst those materials, a portion of them are of extremely high grade, and it's even useless to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon. What? Big brother Zhang is worried that I'll cheat you of your materials? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Of course not. Zhang Shouyong hurriedly shook his head. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just curious. That person is only a grade 5 weapons craftsman after all, and in terms of knowledge, he's naturally unable to compare to that grade 4 weapons craftsman that brother Lingtian knows. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong's tone contained slight flattery. After all, his spirit weapon gourd still required the help of that grade 4 weapons craftsman to improve its grade. Huh. Big brother Zhang, actually, that grade 5 weapons craftsman isn't wrong. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. Zhang Shouyong was stunned. But, big brother Zhang, you're mistaken about one thing. I didn't ask for these materials from you to ask someone to help you improve your spirit weapon gourd to a grade 4 spirit weapon. After the smile on Duan Lingtian's face vanished, he slowly spoke. Not to improve it to a grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian's words caused Zhang Shouyong to be unable to react for a moment. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't reply to Zhang Shouyong, and instead lightly smiled as he looked at the latter, waiting for him to react. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong finally reacted. Brother Lingtian. You. The weapons craftsman you're looking for wouldn't be a grade 3 weapons craftsman, right? Zhang Shouyong's breathing became hurried, and he panted heavily as he spoke. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Big brother Zhang, that senior said. He only helped you improve the amplification of your wine gourd, yet didn't help you increase the capacity of the wine gourd. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong and smiled. So, the wine gourd in your hand can only hold as much wine as it could in the past. Zhang Shouyong returned to his senses and shook his head. That's fine. At any rate, its original capacity is already sufficient for me to use. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong completely returned to his senses, and he took a deep breath before looking sincerely at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Zhang Shouyong's gratitude was extremely sincere. Big brother Zhang, you're treating me as an outsider. It's fate that we got to know each other. Not to mention that if it wasn't for you lending a hand in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast that day, I would have probably died at the hands of that withered old man long ago. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile as he spoke slowly. When he recalled the dangerous scene in the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast that day, he still had a slight lingering fear in his heart. At that time, not only had the cultivation of Xiong Quan who'd always followed by his side been crippled, even he and Li Fei were in imminent danger. At the critical moment, it was precisely Zhang Shouyong that made a move and killed the withered old man. This life-saving grace was something Duan Lingtian would never forget. As the saying goes, karma is a cycle, and kindness is rewarded with kindness. In the past, I didn't really believe these words. Today, I believe them. After being reminded by Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but recall the scene from the past, and he sighed with emotion. Brother Lingtian. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong's expression became serious as he spoke word by word. In the future, if you have any orders, then I, Zhang Shouyong, will surely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, there was only a single grade 3 spirit weapon on the surface. Moreover, it was in the hands of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Now, Duan Lingtian had given him a grade 3 spirit weapon, and to him, it was an extremely great kindness that he was unable to repay. Big Brother Zhang, you're exaggerating. But, I really do have something to trouble Big Brother Zhang with. Duan Lingtian smiled. Please speak. Zhang Shouyong listened respectfully. Big Brother Zhang, if it's possible, I hope you can use your connections to help me search for an extremely rare medicinal material. The medicinal material drawn on this is that medicinal material, and I call it the ageless root. With a raise of his hand, a drawing appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. On the drawing, a root-shaped medicinal material was presented there, and if one looked carefully, it seemed to be the sharp claw of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. Ageless root? Zhang Shouyong's brows raised as he solemnly received the drawing from Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, Brother Lingtian, I'll do my best to search for this medicinal material for you. Thank you, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and then he said, besides that, if Big Brother Zhang has a way to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists that you don't need, then I hope you can transfer it to me. I'll surely reward you generously. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly hesitant. After all, Zhang Shouyong was a void initiation stage martial artist as well. Presently, he was similarly striving on the path to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If it was a spirit fruit that he hadn't consumed in the past, it would surely be impossible for him to give it to another. Everyone had their own selfish motives. This was something that Duan Lingtian could understand. Brother Lingtian, if you speak like this, then you're not taking me as a friend. You've asked someone to assist me in upgrading my spirit weapon bottle gourd to a grade 3 spirit weapon, and I owe you a great favor. If I'm really able to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists, then I'll surely offer it up with both hands without the slightest frown. Zhang Shouyong vowed solemnly. Thank you, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian thanked him once more, and then he said, Big Brother Zhang, since it's like this, then I'll bid my farewells first. Brother Lingtian, why don't you stay at my place before the dynasty martial competition begins? Zhang Shouyong suggested. There's no need. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Zhang Shouyong's good intentions. I still have matters to attend to, so it's more convenient for me to return. He still remembered. When he made a trip to the treasure-gathering pavilion in Milky Way City the other day, he'd once told the pavilion master, Xiangying, that once there was news of a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists and the ageless root, he should ask Xiangying to look for him at the Darkstone Empire's estate in the Darkhan dynasty's capital. If Xiangying really had news and came to look for him, yet he wasn't there, then it would truly be too late for regret. Yes. Zhang Shouyong nodded and didn't continue persisting. I'll send you out of the estate. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyong intended to send Duan Lingtian out of the Zhang clan estate. Chapter 644. Qiong, why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Wang Qiong return in a hurry and was out of breath. Wang Qiong panted heavily as she said, Brother Yong, father asked you to go over. The Grand Elder found a spirit fruit outside, and he intends to give it to you to consume. But, second mother is bringing second brother to beg for that spirit fruit at father's place, causing father to be in an extremely difficult position. So father sent a voice transmission to ask someone to notify me and ask you to go over. Wang Qiong finished speaking in a single breath. Spirit fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Since the Zhang clan's patriarch wanted to give that spirit fruit to Zhang Shouyong to consume, then that spirit fruit was undoubtedly a spirit fruit consumed by a void initiation stage martial artist. Brother Ling Tian, looks like your luck isn't bad. Zhang Shouyong smiled to Duan Lingtian. Before Wang Qiong could react to what was going on, Zhang Shouyong called out to Duan Lingtian before walking towards the central area of the Zhang clan estate with large strides. The Zhang clan audience hall was there. All along the way, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong walked side by side, and the Zhang clan guards, servants, and maidservants they encountered on the way bowed respectfully to Zhang Shouyong. Eldest young master. Even if it was the Zhang clan disciples, all of them were respectful and reverent to Zhang Shouyong. With big brother Zhang's natural talent and strength, inheriting the position of patriarch in the future is practically a certainty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Big brother Zhang, if you haven't consumed that spirit fruit in the past, then you can consume it yourself. Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Shouyong. Even though he urgently wanted to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't seize what another loves. If that spirit fruit was useful to Zhang Shouyong, then he would truly feel slightly apologetic. Brother Ling Tian, no matter if I've consumed that spirit fruit in the past or not, I'll give it to you. Zhang Shouyong vowed solemnly. This was his promise, a man's promise. The grade 3 spirit weapon Duan Lingtian gave him was undoubtedly a great favor, and even if he used a spirit fruit to repay it, it would be difficult to repay it. But now, he was still thinking that every little bit of it was worth it. Zhang Shouyong's decisiveness made Duan Lingtian feel warmth in his heart. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhang Shouyong and entered the Zhang family's main hall. The main hall of the Zhang clan was resplendent and dazzling. At this moment, 3 people were standing inside. One of them stood to the side. The other 2 stood on the other side, facing the former. The person standing alone at the side was a dignified middle-aged man. He wore a blue robe and had a dignified look on his face. He should be the patriarch of the Zhang clan. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of the dignified middle-aged man. And it turned out that Duan Lingtian was right. Brother Ling Tian, this is my father, and also the patriarch of our Zhang clan. Zhang Shouyong's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Patriarch Zhang. Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan's patriarch and lightly nodded in greeting. The Zhang clan's patriarch nodded to Duan Lingtian. You ought to be that friend of Yong, right? You're so young, yet possess such shocking ability. It's truly shocking. As he finished speaking, the Zhang clan's patriarch's gaze seemed to contain a sense of deep meaning. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel suffocated. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the other 2 people in the main hall. A middle-aged woman and a young man. Presently, both of them were glaring angrily at him, and if the flames of rage in their eyes could erupt, they would probably have already burned him into ash. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to these 2 people. The Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. I presume the Zhang clan's patriarch looked at me like that because of the matter of me teaching Zhang Shouyuan a lesson 2 months ago. At this moment, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this. Patriarch Zhang, you're too kind. But when faced with the Zhang clan's patriarch's words that carried deep meaning, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. This caused the Zhang clan's patriarch to greatly praise him, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong and said, "Yong, you've made an extraordinary friend. I heard that this friend of yours intends to participate in the dynasty martial competition 4 months from now as well. I really look forward to it. Brother Ling Tian will surely not disappoint father." Zhang Shouyong nodded, and his words were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. "Father, I heard the Grand Elder found a spirit fruit?" In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong asked. Practically at the instant Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, the nearby woman and Zhang Shouyong's expressions went grim. Both of them looked at each other and saw unwillingness in each other's eyes. Damn it. Why did he receive the news so quickly? The woman's voice transmission was filled with ruthlessness. "Mother. I'm unresigned. If I'm able to obtain that spirit fruit, I'll surely be able to break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in one go. At that time, I'll surely be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." Zhang Shouyong's voice transmission was filled with unwillingness. "Yes." The Zhang clan's patriarch nodded when faced with Zhang Shouyong's question, and with a raise of his hand, a spirit fruit that flowed with flowing lights appeared out of thin air. Zhang Shouyong's eyes lit up when he saw this spirit fruit. On the other hand, the corners of Duan Lingtian who stood by Zhang Shouyong's side curled into a bitter smile. It was for no other reason. It was because he'd seen this spirit fruit before. Not only had he seen it before, he'd even consumed it. Spirit void fruit. That day, the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's master, Xiangying, had given him one of the 2 spirit fruits as an exchange. When his cultivation was close to the 2nd level of the void initiation stage, it was because he'd consumed the spirit void fruit that he was able to break through to the 3rd level of the void initiation stage in one go. So to the current him, the spirit void fruit was completely useless. But Big Brother Zhang seems to have not consumed this spirit void fruit. At the same time that Duan Lingtian was greatly disappointed, he noticed Zhang Shouyong's burning gaze as he looked at the spirit void fruit, and it was a gaze that wished for nothing more than to possess the spirit void fruit for himself. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Shouyong withdraw his gaze. At the same time, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ears. "Brother Ling Tian, I'll give this spirit fruit to you after I obtain it. With the assistance of this spirit fruit, your cultivation will surely advance a step further." It was precisely Zhang Shouyong's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was stunned, completely and utterly stunned. Just a moment ago, he'd discerned that Zhang Shouyong hadn't consumed the spirit void fruit in the past. In the next moment, Zhang Shouyong wanted to give the spirit void fruit to him. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Big Brother Zhang is indeed a friend worth making. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. But Duan Lingtian had intentionally restrained his feelings now, and he said via voice transmission. "Big Brother Zhang, if I'm not wrong, you ought to not have consumed this spirit fruit in the past, right?" "Yes." Zhang Shouyong didn't deny it, and he said bluntly via voice transmission. "I've consumed a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists in the past, yet it wasn't this spirit fruit." "Then you still want to give it to me? If you consume it yourself, you'll probably be able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time, right?" Duan Lingtian asked. "This is my promise to you." Zhang Shouyong's answer was extremely simple and straightforward, and it caused the warmth in Duan Lingtian's heart to grow even more. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to stop teasing Zhang Shouyong. "Big Brother Zhang, I'm afraid you won't be able to get your wish." Zhang Shouyong was stunned. "I've once consumed a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists as well. But my luck was better than yours, and the spirit fruit I consumed was this type of spirit void fruit." Duan Lingtian spoke via voice transmission. At the same time, the Zhang clan's patriarch spoke out. Yong, this is a spirit void fruit, and it's able to improve the cultivation of a void initiation stage martial artist to a certain extent. Once you consume this spirit fruit, you ought to be able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time. Now, I'm prepared to give this spirit fruit to you. I hope you'll be able to win honor for my Zhang clan and the Dark Han dynasty in the dynasty martial competition and even the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. In the end, the Zhang clan's patriarch passed over the spirit void fruit in his hand. Don't worry, father, I'll surely not let you down. Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his hand with the intention of receiving the spirit void fruit. At this moment, his feelings were extremely complicated. He originally thought that this spirit fruit would be given to Duan Lingtian, yet never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually consumed this spirit fruit in the past. He had a feeling of recovering something he'd lost. Wait. But, right when Zhang Shouyong was about to receive the spirit void fruit, a figure flashed out and stopped Zhang Shouyong. The person that stopped Zhang Shouyong was none other than the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch. Second mother? Zhang Shouyong frowned and his face sank slightly. Although he'd guessed that this second mother of his would surely be unwilling to allow him to obtain the spirit void fruit, he never imagined that she would be so direct. Now, his father had already made his stand clear, yet she actually still obstructed him? This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Chapter 645. Presently, his strength is the strongest amongst the younger generation of our Zhang clan, and this is something I can't deny. But below him, the strongest is Yuan. This point, you shouldn't deny it, right? The middle-aged woman looked to her husband, the Zhang family's clan chief, and asked. The Zhang clan leader nodded. With his cultivation, it isn't difficult for him to advance in the dynasty martial competition this time and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But Yuan is different. Unless Yuan is able to consume this spirit void fruit and break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The woman spoke bluntly. And then? The Zhang clan leader asked. Then, I felt that giving the spirit void fruit to him was really a waste. Because no matter if he consumed the spirit void fruit or not, he would be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The woman continued. Whereas if Yuan didn't have this spirit void fruit, it would be utterly impossible for him to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As far as I'm concerned, using a spirit void fruit to exchange for an additional spot for our Zhang clan to advance into the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a good thing. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a mocking smile on his face. For the sake of her own son, this evil woman had really put in a lot of effort. She even dared to say such things. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the evil woman's words were all bullsh*t. Even if the spirit void fruit was consumed by her own son and her son obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then wouldn't he still be at the bottom? At that time, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would begin, and he would probably be eliminated in the first round. If the spirit void fruit was consumed by Zhang Shouyong would even have the chance to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. However, it isn't so easy to break through to the void interpretation stage. I wonder what level Big Brother Zhang's Earth concept is at now. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Zhang Shouyong, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if everything that was happening before him had nothing to do with him. In next to no time, the Zhang clan's patriarch spoke. What he said was undoubtedly what Duan Lingtian was thinking. This spirit void fruit is sufficient to affect Yonger's performance in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If he's able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he might even have the chance to compete for the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The words of the Zhang clan leader resounded in the air. First in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What kind of glory was that? You said, if, as well. Even if he's able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time by relying on this spirit void fruit, how could the void interpretation stage be so easy to break through? Even if in the remaining year or so, his increase in origin power satisfies the conditions, but what about his comprehension of concepts? The woman spoke with certainty and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Because even if he consumed the spirit void fruit and broke through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition, he didn't have full confidence in being able to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. On the other hand, the woman's expression went completely grim. She never imagined that her husband would actually use this to threaten them. She gritted her teeth and kept on feeling unwilling. I think that the ownership of the spirit void fruit should be decided by a vote of all the elders of our Zhang clan. The woman changed the topic and said with a low voice, no matter if it's him or Yuan that consumes the spirit void fruit, it's all a gamble. Then, on what basis should he have the priority? On what basis? The woman's words were extremely clear. Let all the elders of the Zhang clan vote. Enough. The Zhang clan's patriarch finally couldn't endure it any longer when he saw his wife giving orders like this, and he shouted out angrily with a gloomy expression. It terrified the woman to the point she shut her mouth. But right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke out. Father, since second mother is interested in allowing all the elders to vote to decide the ownership of the spirit void fruit, then let the elders do it. Zhang Shouyong spoke out abruptly and spoke these words. For a time, it wasn't only the Zhang clan's patriarch that was stunned, even the woman and Zhang Shouyuan were stunned. They never imagined that Zhang Shouyong would agree. Big brother Zhang, Duan Lingtian, was dumbstruck as well. The situation before him was obviously beneficial to his big brother Zhang, yet why did he start digging his own grave instead? He was unable to wrap his head around it. He was truly unable to wrap his head around it. As expected of the eldest young master of our Zhang clan, you have courage. I'll get someone to invite the elders over right now. The woman's face bloomed with a smile of victory as her eyes flickered with a bright light, and she left the hall with large strides to instruct the servants that were standing on guard outside the hall. So long as all the elders of the Zhang clan gathered together, she was confident in making most of the elders lean towards her son's side. After all, her son was the future patriarch of the Zhang clan. Under a similar situation, she wasn't worried that her son would lose to Zhang Shouyong in the voting of all the elders of the Zhang clan. Yong, you, the Zhang clan's patriarch frowned and had a puzzled expression. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong with a puzzled expression and asked. Big brother Zhang, if you didn't take the initiative to agree earlier, the spirit void fruit would already be yours. Doing this is truly irrational. Since this second mother of yours dares to make such a request, she surely has the confidence to make most of the elders of the Zhang clan lean towards her son. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be worried for Zhang Shouyong. What he was unable to wrap his head around the most was that Zhang Shouyong had actually taken the initiative to agree to the unreasonable request of that vile woman. After all, under the rage of the Zhang clan's patriarch earlier, the vile woman already didn't dare speak. The spirit void fruit was about to become Zhang Shouyong's possession. But at the critical moment, Zhang Shouyong seemed as if he'd thrown out a rope to trip himself, and it truly caused others to be slightly speechless. Brother Ling Tian, if I don't agree to second mother's request, then even if she doesn't say anything because of my father's rage, she won't be truly willing. This time, I'll make her completely give up. Strands of terrifying bright lights flickered in the depths of Zhang Shouyong's eyes as he replied via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Everyone hoped that he'd consume the spirit void fruit and break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, so that he'd be able to fight for extremely great honor for the Zhang clan during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Big brother Zhang, congratulations. When he saw the spirit void fruit being obtained by Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian congratulated via voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, I've caused you to worry. I'm truly sorry. Zhang Shouyong spoke apologetically. It's fine as long as you've obtained the spirit void fruit. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he glanced at the night sky that had completely darkened as he said, but it's already late now, and I ought to leave as well. Let's meet again during the dynasty martial competition. Zhang Shouyong sent Duan Lingtian out as he said with a smile, perhaps I don't have to wait for the dynasty martial competition. Perhaps I'll be able to find the ageless root you require or a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists in a few days. That couldn't be any better. At the entrance to the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile as he bid his farewells before leaving. Zhang Shouyong only turned around and returned to the estate when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before his eyes. At the other side of the Zhang clan estate. All of you, find a good opportunity and do it cleanly. I want to vanish from the face of others. Be sure not to leave any traces behind. The middle-aged woman spoke with a low voice to the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men before her. Yes, madam. The 3 black-clothed middle-aged men nodded respectfully, and their eyes flickered with frightening cold lights. Go on. Along with the middle-aged woman waving her hand, the figures of the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men flashed out to vanish into the night like 3 ghosts in the night. Mother. In next to no time, a young man appeared by the side of the middle-aged woman, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Can the 3 of them do it? That Duan Lingtian is extremely strange. Last time, after I was struck by his demonic technique, I didn't feel anything was off from the beginning until the end. The strengths of the 3 of them are above us. It ought to not be difficult for them to kill that Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged woman was extremely confident towards the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men she sent out. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, yet the cold light in his eyes didn't reduce. If that Duan Lingtian dies, then my anger will vanish. But, it's a pity that the spirit void fruit was obtained by Zhang Shouyong. With Zhang Shouyong's natural talent and comprehension ability, it ought to not be difficult for him to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties after consuming the spirit void fruit. Fortunately, he has no intention of obtaining the position of patriarch, otherwise, he would be a formidable opponent for you. The middle-aged woman heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian returned to the nearby Darkstone estate that the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Darkhan dynasty's capital, he suddenly became vigilant. 3 people? At the first possible moment, his acute spiritual force and anti-tracking instinct had noticed 3 people that were hiding in the shadows and spying on him. But when he walked into the Darkstone estate, those 3 people didn't follow him. Who could it be? After Duan Lingtian returned to the Darkstone estate and returned to his own small courtyard, he couldn't help but ponder deeply. Whereas now, his cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage, and his spiritual force had broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Along with this, 3 8th level void initiation stage martial artists aren't inscription masters. This was something that Duan Lingtian had already confirmed 3 months ago. If there was an inscription master amongst the 3 of them. 3 months ago, when Duan Lingtian used his spiritual force to detect them, they would surely notice. At that time, the 3 of them didn't notice Duan Lingtian's spiritual force in the slightest, and it could be seen from this that not a single one of them was an inscription master. When facing 3 8th level void initiation stage martial artists that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and strands of dim light started to flicker within them. In the next moment, 1,000 illusions. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force instantly fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. An illusory space that was difficult to grasp was constructed by Duan Lingtian, and it swept out to envelop an area of 10 meters around him. At the same time, those 3 8th-level void initiation stage martial artists that had taken out their spirit weapons and utilized their concept entered the illusory space successively. In Duan Lingtian's field of vision, after the 3 of them approached him, they instantly changed their targets and started fighting each other. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian walked unhurriedly to the side of the remote alley, and he leisurely watched the 3 of them fight to their heart's content. The battle between the 3 of them was extremely horrifying, and after a short moment, one of them was heavily injured by the joint forces of the other 2. Ah! A shrill cry sounded out, and it was the person that was heavily injured that was killed by the other 2. Duan Lingtian watched coldly from the side as a black-clothed middle-aged man fell into a pool of blood. Even though he didn't know the 3 people before him. But since they wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. One had to pay for what they did. At the same time, the remaining 2 people continued to fight each other. Half an hour later, another person was killed. The last person was heavily injured and on the verge of death, and he used his spirit saber to support himself. Obviously, he wouldn't live for long. Clap. 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 When he saw this person wasn't a threat anymore, Duan Lingtian clapped as he withdrew the illusory space he created with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man that was heavily injured and on the verge of death noticed that he'd left that strange place and returned to the remote alley. With a single glance, he saw his 2 companions that had fallen into a pool of blood, and his face couldn't help but go grim. In next to no time, he noticed an extremely terrifying thing. Chapter 650. Up until the last time Zhang Shouyong was looking for this medicinal herb, he'd finally dug it out. Of course, he'd never thought of giving it to Zhang Shouyong. Even though Zhang Shouyong was his big brother, in name, he'd never really taken Zhang Shouyong to be his big brother in his heart. He'd even thought of taking out this medicinal herb before Zhang Shouyong in the future, yet not giving it to Zhang Shouyong so as to infuriate Zhang Shouyong to death. But never had he imagined that such an incident would occur today. But, exchanging a medicinal herb he didn't recognize for his mother's cultivation was still something he felt was a sure win. Deal? Yet now, all the Zhang clan elders were completely stunned, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Originally, when they saw Zhang Shouyong take out such an inconspicuous medicinal herb, they felt that Zhang Shouyong was asking for humiliation. Never had they imagined Zhang Shouyong would actually give up making things difficult for the patriarch's wife for this medicinal herb. Unbelievable. Exactly what medicinal herb is that? The group of Zhang clan elders were filled with interest towards the medicinal herb in Zhang Shouyong's hand. On the other hand, the feelings of the patriarch were no different than the group of elders. He never imagined that his second son would be able to use an inconspicuous medicinal herb to turn the tide, but, based on the current situation, the outcome of the entire matter wasn't bad. His second wife finally didn't have to have her cultivation crippled. The matter of today ends here. Zhang Shouyong spoke indifferently, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian before returning to the courtyard he lived in. Mother. Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to support the woman that was covered in cold sweat. The woman stared at the figures of Zhang Shouyong and Duan Lingtian that were disappearing into the distance, and her eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. After Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong returned to the courtyard, they walked into a room together. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyong passed the ageless root in his hand to Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian, is this medicinal herb very important to you?" At that time, Duan Lingtian had asked him to help search for the ageless root, and he hadn't realized how important the ageless root was to Duan Lingtian. But today's incident had allowed him to realize how important the ageless root was to Duan Lingtian. "Yes, it's very important." Duan Lingtian grabbed the ageless root tightly and tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart. He put it away into his storage ring like he had obtained a treasure. "No matter what, your luck is pretty good. I didn't expect that my second brother would actually have this ageless root." Zhang Shouyong sighed. If you hadn't come to denounce him today and put his mother in danger, he might not have handed over the ageless root. Zhang Shouyong was well aware of the conflict between him and Zhang Shouyuan. Even if Zhang Shouyuan had the ageless root and knew that he was searching for the ageless root, he still wouldn't give it to him. At most, he would deliberately take out the ageless root to anger him. "I didn't expect it either." Duan Lingtian nodded. Even he felt that today's matter was inconceivable. If he didn't come to the Zhang clan estate to look for Zhang Shouyong that day and didn't encounter Zhang Shouyong's second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, then he wouldn't have executed his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to toy with Zhang Shouyong. Moreover, he wouldn't have offended the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife because of this and caused her to hate him to the bone and send someone to kill him. All of this seems to be the will of the heavens. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Chapter 651. Along with the grade 3 pill fire burning, Duan Lingtian's gaze stared with incomparable concentration at the cauldron before him. Presently, the cauldron was already a grade 3 spirit weapon and was capable of resisting the assault of a grade 3 pill fire. Even if the grade 3 pill fire fused into it, it wouldn't be able to melt or destroy it. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually raised his hand and skillfully grabbed a few medicinal materials before stuffing them into the cauldron. Subsequently, the pill fire that lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand abruptly flashed out and slapped into the cauldron. He officially started pill refinement. The medicinal materials that Duan Lingtian threw in first were medicinal materials that were comparatively more difficult to be melted by pill fire, so they had to be placed into the cauldron first to allow the pill fire to melt them to a certain extent. Half an hour passed, and Duan Lingtian successively threw some other medicinal materials into the cauldron. For a time, only the ageless root, phoenix wing herb, and the red Luan blood that Duan Lingtian hadn't taken out from his spatial ring remained. But Duan Lingtian wasn't impatient, and he minded his own business as he used his pill fire to melt the medicinal materials within the cauldron. Another hour passed. Who? Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air. Then he excitedly picked up the ageless root, and his other hand opened the lid of the cauldron before throwing the ageless root in. Whoosh! As soon as the ageless root entered, a strand of indescribable flame arose within the cauldron, and the flame emitted an exceedingly dense medicinal smell. Bang! Subsequently, the lid of the cauldron descended and tightly covered the cauldron. Whereas the movements of Duan Lingtian's hands didn't stop because of this. His palms ceaselessly spat out grade 3 pill fire that fused into the cauldron, and it seemed as if he would never know exhaustion. 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian opened the cauldron once more. This time, he put in the phoenix feather grass. After the phoenix wing herb is placed in, the rebirth pill will take form after another half an hour of refining. But, if I want the rebirth pill to completely take form, then the red Luan blood must be fused into it at the instant it comes out of the cauldron. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered this memory from Emperor Wu of Samsara. Whoosh! 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 After a short moment, only the sound of the grade 3 pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand pressing into the cauldron remained in the room. Half an hour passed quickly. Success. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly brightened. He withdrew his right hand, and the 3rd grade pill fire was extinguished. In that instant, Duan Lingtian's right hand landed on the cauldron. In the next moment, a pa sound was heard. Whoosh! A crimson bolt of lightning instantly swept out from the side of the medicinal cauldron. A wisp of crimson flame seemed to be entwined within it. Nirvana pill. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp, and he recognized at a glance that what shot out from the medicinal cauldron was a medicinal pill wrapped in crimson flames. It was the Nirvana pill in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and his gaze concentrated as he stared fixedly at the Nirvana pill. He knew that he couldn't be careless in the slightest at this moment. Otherwise, it would affect the final nurturing of the Nirvana pill. After the Nirvana pill left the medicinal cauldron, its surface would be covered in a layer of crimson flames. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew from the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara since long ago, so he wasn't surprised. Besides that, he also knew. Even though the medicinal strength of the Nirvana pill was divided into 1,000 strands, every single strand was extremely strong, and it caused one to feel shocked from the bottom of one's heart. Cultivate. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and at the same time, he withdrew the wind concept fragment and held it in his hand before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Along with Duan Lingtian circulating his cultivation method, the origin energy in his body started to move rhythmically, and at the same time, it guided the medicinal strength of the Nirvana pill to flow along his meridians. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel the strengthening and transformation of his origin energy. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long had passed as he cultivated. But he felt that the time wasn't too long. In next to no time, his cultivation smoothly broke through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. Originally, Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage not long ago, and there was still an extremely long distance from the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. If he were to use mid-grade origin stones to assist in his cultivation, then he would at least need to spend half a year of time before he was confident in breaking through. But now, it seemed to not be long before he smoothly broke through. After breaking through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body moved faster and faster, and even the speed of consuming the Nirvana pill's medicinal strength grew faster and faster. After breaking through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, it wasn't long before Duan Lingtian broke through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Subsequently, it was the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. After breaking through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, Duan Lingtian's origin energy was still rising swiftly, and it only slowed down after rising to a certain critical point. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel the boundless strength of the origin energy in his body. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within his eyes that were like a dazzling array of stars in the night sky. My current strength. Duan Lingtian lightly clenched his fists tightly, and his fists were suffused with origin energy. Whoosh! Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form. In the end, they converged into a total of 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Without using a spirit weapon or concept, he possessed the strength of 12 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely the symbol of the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. The medicinal strength of the Nirvana pill is overbearing as expected. If it wasn't for the restriction of concept, I might even be able to directly break through to the Void Interpretation stage. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. Presently, my wind concept is only at the 7th level. Not to mention being extremely far away from the 1st level intermediate wind concept, I'm even quite a distance away from the 9th level elementary wind concept. wanting to break through to the void interpretation stage wasn't something that could be realized by merely attaining origin energy. Besides that, one must comprehend first-level intermediate concept. Just like Duan Lingtian now. Unless he was able to comprehend first-level intermediate wind concept, otherwise, even if he had the assistance of the nirvana pill, it would be impossible for him to break through to the void interpretation stage. In the Darkhan dynasty, there were many independent cultivators at the void interpretation stage that could spar with him, whereas, the reason he possessed his current cultivation was precisely because he'd ceaselessly sparred with the void interpretation stage experts of the Darkhan dynasty for many years. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage with his natural talent. After wandering about in the Darkhan dynasty for a long time, he naturally knew some things about the Darkhan dynasty in detail. Amongst them, the Feng clan's eldest master was a name that reverberated like thunder in his ears since long ago. Supposedly, the Feng clan's eldest master was the #1 young expert of the Darkhan dynasty a few tens of years ago. Later on, his cultivation even caught up to the two great ancestors of the Feng clan. At that time, the age of the Feng clan's eldest master wasn't even half the age of the two ancestors of the Feng clan. As far as he was concerned. Presently, the cultivation of the Feng clan's eldest master might have even surpassed the two ancestors. It was even to the extent that the eldest master's cultivation could be compared with that person in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Alright. King Yong didn't refuse Duan Lingtian's invitation, and he followed Duan Lingtian into the Feng clan estate, and under the lead of the Feng clan guard, they moved through the Feng clan estate. Duan Lingtian, how do you know the Feng clan's eldest master? Since Duan Lingtian came from our Darkstone Empire, I have to take good care of him no matter what. Before Feng Wudao, King Yong's breathing became hurried once more as his heartbeat quickened. Even though he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire and was respected by the people of the Darkstone Empire. But before Feng Wudao, he didn't dare put on any airs. You're very good. Feng Wudao nodded and smiled to King Yong. For a time, King Yong was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Kid Ling Tian, I'm not a city governor anymore. In the future, you can just call me Uncle Feng. Feng Wudao spoke to Duan Lingtian with an extremely amiable tone, and he was like a kind senior. Yes, Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. The dynasty martial competition is 10 days from now. At that time, Tianwu will be participating as well. The Tianwu of today isn't the Tianwu of the past. You'll probably suffer a loss when encountering her. As he finished speaking, Feng Wudao couldn't help but laugh. He still remembered that it was his daughter that had suffered a loss before Duan Lingtian. In the courtyard, an aged old man was squatting on the ground as he stretched out his trembling and emaciated hand to lightly stroke the face of the young man that laid on the ground. The young man's face was pale and completely devoid of aura. Obviously, he'd been dead for a long time. After a short moment, the old man took a deep breath as his eyes revealed terrifying killing intent. No matter who you are. Since you dared kill my grandson, I'll surely tear you into pieces. The Feng clan's direct line of descent was divided into numerous branches. This branch of his was passed down to his grandson, and he was the only seedling. Now, his grandson was dead, and it also meant that this branch of his was cut off from descendants. How could he not be furious? Speak. Who did it? Finally, the old man stood up and looked at the two Feng clan disciples that carried his grandson's corpse back as he asked with a low voice. It's that granddaughter of Senior Su. The two Feng clan disciples didn't dare dally and spoke hurriedly. What? Who did you say? The old man's face went grim when he heard the two Feng clan disciples, and his body couldn't help but tremble intensely as he asked once more as if he wanted to confirm something. It's that granddaughter of Senior Su. She seems to be called Tian Wu or something. One of the Feng clan disciples said. Tian Wu? Feng Tianwu? It's her. How could it be her? The old man took a few steps back successively as he closed his eyes in pain, and then he knelt on the ground with a bang, kneeling before his grandson's corpse. Others didn't know the true identity of Feng Tianwu, but how could he not know? For a time, the two Feng clan disciples looked at each other with puzzled expressions. The scene before their eyes seemed to be completely different from what they'd imagined. In their imagination, the old man ought to be seething with rage and look for trouble with the murderer, and even kill the murderer to take revenge for his one and only grandson. But now, the old man didn't do that. Moreover, he seemed to have slightly given up on himself. Both of you leave. Finally, the old man's voice sounded out abruptly, and it contained slight embarrassment mixed within, causing the two Feng clan disciples to be terrified to the point of leaving in a hurry. What's wrong with the third elder today? He wouldn't be sick, right? This isn't like his character. Yeah, the third elder has always doted on Feng Hao. Today, Feng Hao was killed, so logically speaking, he ought to directly go take revenge. But now, he seems to not have such intentions. After the two Feng clan disciples left, they discussed in light voices and were deeply puzzled. How? In the courtyard, the old man looked at the corpse before him as the grief and indignation on his face grew. Grandfather is useless. I'm unable to take revenge for you. But, no matter what, grandfather will give you justice for today's matter. After he finished speaking, the old man stood up and left the courtyard. After a short moment, the old man headed all the way to the estate within the estate that the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, lived in. Within the estate, Duan Lingtian was chatting idly with Feng Wudao and Feng Wudao. Now, Feng Tianwu's feelings had completely calmed down, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from heaving a sigh of relief. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking sounded out. Along with Grandma Su opening the door, the sound of anxious footsteps entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in the audience hall from afar. The person has come with ill intent. Duan Lingtian felt that something was off when he heard the footsteps. I wonder if it's that third elder or a member of the Yi clan. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. On the other hand, the smile on Feng Wudao's face was restrained, and his eyes emitted strands of bright lights. Third elder, did you hear it clearly? At practically the instant Feng Tianwu finished speaking, Feng Wudao's face was covered in a layer of ice, and he said with a low voice, if I was present at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have held back as well. This daughter of mine has had a bumpy life, yet in the end, she was actually humiliated by that grandson of yours like this. Do you think that grandson of yours deserves death? The old man's face went ghastly pale to the extreme when he heard this. My lord, I was rash in this matter. Indeed, he deserves death. After he finished speaking, the old man stood up. After bidding his farewells to Feng Wudao, he left dejectedly. Ling Tian accompanied Wu to sit in the rear courtyard. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Wudao had looked over. Duan Lingtian nodded as he called out to Feng Tianwu. Before he left, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to communicate with Feng Wudao via voice transmission. Uncle Feng, this third elder of your Feng clan seems to not be an easy person to deal with. I keep having the feeling that he won't let the matter go just like this. Ling Tian, why do you think I asked you and Wu to go to the rear courtyard? Feng Wudao replied with a question when he heard Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being stunned, and when he recovered from his shock, he understood Feng Wudao's meaning as well. It turned out that Feng Wudao had seen through it since long ago. It was I who spoke out of turn. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly, and then he headed to the rear courtyard with Feng Tianwu. At the same time, he didn't forget to console Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, you don't have to take the words of some fellows that are worse than animals to heart. Elder brother Duan, I'm fine. When she heard Duan Lingtian's consolation, Feng Tianwu squeezed out a trace of a smile on her face. Outside the estate. After the Feng clan's third elder, Feng Qing, left, a ghastly sheen suffused his eyes. Feng Wudao, your daughter ought to still not know of her origins, right? Wait until I find some evidence of our Feng clan annihilating the Long clan all those years ago, then I'll tell her the truth all those years ago for you. Ha 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 ha, when he thought up to here, Feng Qing's expression became savage as if he'd been possessed. He knew clearly in his heart. Wanting to kill Feng Tianwu and take revenge for his grandson was practically impossible. With Feng Wudao by Feng Tianwu's side, it was impossible for him to succeed in his entire lifetime. So he chose another method to take revenge on Feng Tianwu. After she finds out the truth all those years ago, it ought to be more painful than death. Her own grandfather was angered to death by her own mother. Her own mother committed suicide because of this. Her grandfather, grandmother, and many relatives on her mother's side. All of them died at the hands of the clan she's currently in. I'm curious, what sort of expression would she have when she finds out about all this? Feng Qing muttered to himself. But unfortunately, you're bound to be unable to see it. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out by Feng Qing's ears. Chapter 659. Father? Yi Xiang was stunned, completely stunned. Didn't his father come to stand up for him? Bastard, you still have the face to call me. I don't have a son like you. The Yi clan's patriarch seemed to have transformed into an enraged guardian deity, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped Yi Xiang to the point Yi Xiang's face became swollen. But even then, he still didn't have the intention of stopping. Slap. 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 Slap after slap were swung out, and Yi Xiang's face was practically split open by his father. This scene was unexpected to Duan Lingtian. With a quick thought, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the patriarch of a clan, he really has courage. He seems to be teaching his son a lesson, yet he's actually protecting him. Duan Lingtian had easily guessed the intentions of the Yi clan's patriarch. Today, the Yi clan's patriarch had come to denounce Duan Lingtian under the lead of Yi Xiang, and his original intention was naturally to deal with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. But after he found out about Feng Tianwu's true identity, the Yi clan's patriarch would surely not dare have any thoughts of taking revenge. Feng Tianwu's father was Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao, the eldest master of the Feng clan. His cultivation had attained the peak of perfection, and according to rumor, he'd already surpassed the two ancestors of the Feng clan and was chasing after the strongest expert in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. How could the Yi clan dare offend an existence like this? Slap. With a raise of his hand, the Yi clan's patriarch slapped Yi Xiang unconscious, and then he looked respectfully and reverently at Feng Wudao before lowering his head. Lord Wudao, I didn't teach my son well and caused my unfilial son to offend your daughter and son-in-law. Lord Wudao, please punish me. The Yi clan's patriarch spoke extremely humbly. As for Feng Wudao, he had a calm expression from the beginning until the end, and it was as if everything that had occurred earlier was unrelated to him. Patriarchy. Finally, Feng Wudao spoke out and said indifferently, since you've already taught your son a lesson, then this matter is over. I don't wish for a similar matter to occur a second time. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Lord Wudao. The Yi clan leader secretly wiped away his cold sweat and respectfully responded. Subsequently, he bid his farewells to Feng Wudao before carrying Yi Xiang who'd fainted, and then he hastily left the estate Feng Wudao resided in and left the Feng clan. Along the way, his heart bled as he looked at the flesh and blood on his unconscious son's face. In terms of martial arts talent, his second son was not as good as his eldest son. However, they were both his sons after all. They were both flesh and blood. Now that he had beaten them to such a state, it would be a lie to say that his heart did not ache. Xiang, don't blame father for being ruthless. Today, if it wasn't for father using this trick of injuring himself to gain father's confidence in time, it's unknown whether you'd be able to keep your life. Yi clan leader sighed. There was a saying that had always been circulated in the Darkhan dynasty. He would rather provoke the king of hell than provoke the tyrannical path. Amongst them, Wudao was the Feng clan's Feng Wudao. From this, one could see how terrifying Feng Wudao was. After the father and son of the Yi clan left, the spacious mansion regained its tranquility. There are still 10 days left. In these 10 days, the two of you must cultivate well. Even a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist might not be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he said with a serious expression, as for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at the end, it's even more intense. At that time, if one doesn't possess a cultivation at the void interpretation stage, then one would probably not have the qualifications to compete for the top 10 positions. Void interpretation stage. Feng Wudao's voice was resolute. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face tensed up slightly. As for Duan Lingtian, he still had a calm expression. He was mentally prepared for this since long ago, so he wasn't really surprised. Tian Wu, return to your room first. I still have some things to say to that kid, Ling Tian. Feng Tianwu left under Feng Wudao's call, whereas, Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian instead, and the corners of his mouth unknowingly curled into a wisp of a playful smile. When he saw Feng Wudao looking over with a smile on the corners of his mouth, Duan Lingtian was first stunned, and then he smiled guiltily. Uncle Feng, do you have something to say to me? Kid, Ling Tian, I want to know what your cultivation is now. How's your comprehension of concept? I heard from Wu that you seem to be far from using your full strength when you attacked the Yi clan's second young master. Feng Wudao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Uncle Feng, wouldn't you know what my cultivation is and how my comprehension of concept is during the dynasty martial competition? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Feng Wudao was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. Kid, you're still keeping me in suspense before me. Never mind. At that time, let me see if you're a match for Wu. Grandma Su, prepare a guest room for Ling Tian. Subsequently, Feng Wudao instructed the nearby old woman. Yes. Grandma Su spoke respectfully before calling out to Duan Lingtian, and then she brought Duan Lingtian along to leave the entrance of the audience hall. Duan Lingtian followed behind Grandma Su and walked into a unique small courtyard. The small courtyard was extremely clean, and the rooms within it were extremely clean as well. Obviously, they were usually cleaned. He only had to prepare some daily necessities. Young Master Ling Tian, feel free to speak if you have any instructions. I won't disturb you. After she finished preparing the daily necessities for Duan Lingtian, Grandma Su bid her farewells and left before helping Duan Lingtian close the courtyard door. After Grandma Su left, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and withdrew the wind concept fragment before closing his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that his feelings had completely calmed down. But he didn't circulate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to cultivate. Presently, his origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, and he only lacked a critical factor to break through to the Void Interpretation stage. This critical factor was comprehending intermediate concept. At this moment, Duan Lingtian pondered slightly. He made a conclusion to the strength he possessed now. Chapter 660. In the courtyard, the violet-clothed young man stood there silently like a statue. He's really comprehending concept. Feng Wudao's gaze descended onto the surroundings of the violet-clothed young man. Presently, strands of light azure-colored energy flickered on the surface of the violet-clothed young man's body, and it was suffused with waves of deep aura. This aura belonged to concept. Feng Wudao wasn't unfamiliar with this sort of concept. Wind concept. With a raise of his hand, the airflow in the sky flashed, and waves of strong winds flashed out from his sleeve to surge towards the violet-clothed young man. Right at this moment, the azure-colored energy on the surface of the violet-clothed young man's body skyrocketed abruptly and blocked the strong winds that assaulted him. Whoosh! In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end, 7th level wind concept. The scene before him caused Feng Wudao to be greatly surprised. This little fellow's comprehension ability is actually so high. It's truly shocking. In the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. In terms of comprehension ability, I'm afraid only Wu is able to surpass him. But Wu is born with a fire spirit body and has a special sense towards fire concept, so it's slightly unfair to compare her with him. Feng Wudao muttered. Perhaps, if Feng Wudao knew that Duan Lingtian was relying on a wind concept fragment to comprehend wind concept to such a degree in such a short period of time, he wouldn't think like this. Kid, you're lucky. It just so happens that besides fire concept, I'm skilled in wind concept as well. Feng Wudao stood on the spot with a solemn expression. In the next moment, he spread out his hands. Instantly, violent winds arose in the small courtyard and swept towards the violet-clothed young man. Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment tightly in his hand, then closed his eyes and meditated to comprehend wind concept. Through the light breeze that flowed in the air and coupled with the wind concept fragment, his comprehension towards wind concept rose at an extremely swift speed. Originally, everything was calm and tranquil. But suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the light breeze transform into a violent wind that enveloped him within it. The violent wind wreaked havoc, allowing Duan Lingtian to clearly feel the power of the wind. Relying on the concept of wind fragment, Duan Lingtian discovered that his comprehension of the concept of wind had become even faster. After an unknown amount of time, the gale gradually disappeared. Duan Lingtian also woke up. At this moment, he realized that it was already late at night. To think that a gale would rise tonight. What a surprise. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the ruined flowers and grasses in the small courtyard. To these flowers and plants, the wind was a nightmare. But to him, it was able to help him better comprehend wind concept. Young Master Lingtian. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Senior. Duan Lingtian opened the door and welcomed the person in. It was Granny Su. Young Master Lingtian, I'd once sent food over during dinner, but you were cultivating at that time. So I made some new food, eat it while it's still hot. Granny Su placed all the fine wine and delicacies on the stone table in the courtyard. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian hurriedly thanked her. After Granny Su left, Duan Lingtian's appetite was aroused as he smelled the fragrance of the food, and he swept it all away like a gust of wind. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Lingtian leaned on the table and raised his head to look at the bright moon in the horizon. The moon tonight was especially round. In the past, Little Gold would fight for food with me. Now, it's slightly deserted. Chapter 661. When faced with the gazes of so many people, Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged, and she still chatted and laughed with Duan Lingtian. Who's that violet-clothed kid? I've seen him before. 9 days ago, right here, he beat Feng Hao and Yi Xiang into pig heads in succession. It was precisely after that Feng Hao was killed by young Miss Tianwu. Looks like his strength isn't weak. At the same time that the group of Feng clan disciples discussed animatedly, many male disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with envious gazes. How they hoped that it was them who were chatting and laughing with young Miss Tianwu. At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to replace Duan Lingtian. Tianwu, looks like your charm is extremely great. Duan Lingtian smiled. Elder brother Duan, you're making fun of me again. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went slightly red as she spoke angrily. This scene caused many male disciples to be stunned, and they felt that the red-clothed young woman before them was like a celestial maiden that had descended from the heavens into the mortal world. You're Feng Tianwu. Suddenly, a slightly neutral voice sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu stopped moving at practically the exact same time, and they looked towards the source of the voice. In the distance, a young man in green clothes was walking towards them. Duan Lingtian frowned. He was able to sense the enmity the young man had towards Tianwu. The young man walked over slowly until he arrived before Feng Tianwu, and he stood still before Feng Tianwu as he sized her up with a calm gaze. His expression was emotionless, as if he was a piece of rotten wood that didn't know how to flirt. Who are you? Feng Tianwu asked with a calm expression. Feng Yunfei. The young man spoke frankly. Meanwhile, waves of whispers sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It's young master Feng Yunfei. What's he doing? Duan Lingtian realized that this young man's identity in the Feng clan was extraordinary from the mouths of the group of Feng clan disciples. Otherwise, why would so many people address him as young master? What's the matter? Seeing that Feng Yunfei didn't look at her with that hateful gaze, Feng Tianwu's tone calmed down a bit. Feng Tianwu, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? Feng Yunfei asked in a low voice. Challenge? As soon as Feng Yunfei said this, everyone including Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were stunned. Why? Feng Tianwu asked with a frown. Feng Yunfei took a deep breath. The Feng clan can recommend 2 people to participate in the dynasty martial competition tomorrow. One of the positions belongs to Feng Yunxiang, and I feel that I'm inferior to him, so it's fine. But you, what right do you have to take the other spot? Just because you're my only daughter? As he finished speaking, Feng Yunfei's tone was filled with unwillingness. Whoosh! Feng Yunfei's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples to be astounded before coming to a sudden understanding. No wonder I heard earlier that young Master Yunfei has no fate with the 2 positions of our Feng clan to participate in the dynasty martial competition this time. I was originally bewildered that besides young Master Yunxiang, young Master Yunfei is the strongest in the younger generation of our Feng clan. Who can seize his position? So it turns out that it's young Miss Tianwu that occupied that position. Even though young Miss Tianwu's strength isn't bad, yet she ought to not be a match for young Master Yunfei, right? Supposedly, young Master Yunfei broke through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage some time ago. Young Master Yunfei challenged young Miss Tianwu because he wants to reclaim the position that belonged to him? Many Feng clan disciples guessed. Feng Yunfei took a deep breath and took a few steps back before standing in confrontation with Feng Tianwu. Elder brother Duan, wait for me at the side for a moment. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was by her side, and smiled lightly. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and stood at the side before looking at the scene before him with a calm gaze. Feng Yunfei was a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. On the other hand, Tian Wu was similarly a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. The gap between the two of them could only be reflected in terms of concept. Young Miss Tian Wu, how about both of you not use spirit weapons in this spar? Feng Yunfei probed. The reason he made this decision was because he was slightly lacking in confidence. Because he only had a grade 5 spirit weapon in his possession and didn't have a grade 4 spirit weapon. As the only daughter of their Feng clan's eldest master, the young woman before him surely possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. Even though he didn't think that the young woman was able to surpass him in terms of cultivation and comprehension of concept, he still decided to be careful. After all, this was related to whether he was able to obtain a position to participate in the dynasty martial competition. All right. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly, and her beautiful face didn't change in the slightest as she didn't have any objections to Feng Yunfei's decision. This Feng Yunfei is rather cautious. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Young Miss Tian Wu, be careful. Feng Yunfei's eyes flashed with a bright light when he saw Feng Tianwu agree, and he shouted out explosively as his entire body flashed out like an eagle. His hands formed into claws that were like a pair of sharp eagle claws, and origin energy raged and leaped about within them. Whoosh! Instantly, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Feng Yunfei, and they flashed out along with him to sweep towards Feng Tianwu with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. It wasn't just that, the origin energy in Feng Yunfei's claws was suddenly suffused with strands of azure-colored energy, and it revealed a strange aura. Concept. Wind concept. Meanwhile, Feng Yunfei had arrived nearby Feng Tianwu, and his claws abruptly clawed out. 2 claw prints that were condensed into form whistled out, and the surroundings were coiled with dense wind blades. Whoosh! 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 After a short moment, the wind blades in the surroundings of the claw prints instantly dispersed, and they were like a rain of flowers that covered the sky as they sprayed down towards Feng Tianwu. Every single wind blade tore through the air and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing sounds. Swoosh! Swoosh! Most importantly, there were 2 claw prints that were condensed into form within the wind blades that covered the sky, and it caused Feng Tianwu to be in danger. At this moment, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared in the sky above Feng Yunfei. Obviously, he'd comprehended 6th level wind concept. When he saw his attacks cover the heavens and the earth as they swept towards Feng Tianwu, Feng Yunfei revealed a smile, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Feng Tianwu being defeated by him. The surrounding crowd of spectating Feng clan disciples couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Feng Tianwu. The current atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. 6th level wind concept. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Originally, he was slightly worried that Feng Yunfei's comprehension of wind concept would be extremely strong, but when he saw Feng Yunfei had only comprehended 6th level wind concept, he was completely at ease. Even though he didn't know what level Tian Wu's fire concept had attained. Right when the entire Feng clan was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already returned to the private estate that belonged to Feng Wudao, and they stood in the rear courtyard. The 2 of them stood facing each other and stood in confrontation. In a nearby pergola, Feng Wudao and Elder Kong sat facing each other, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, who were in confrontation with each other with interest. At this moment, when Feng Tianwu faced Duan Lingtian, it wasn't like when she faced Feng Yunfei earlier. She didn't take Feng Yunfei's seriously. But when the distant Duan Lingtian entered into her eyes, he seemed to be unfathomable. Especially the confident smile on Duan Lingtian's face, it unknowingly infected her, and it caused her to subconsciously feel that Duan Lingtian was invulnerable. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath and moved her gaze away. She knew that if she continued in this state, then she would lose without a fight. Elder brother Duan, watch out. Feng Tianwu shouted out lightly and chose to gain the initiative by striking first, and her entire body flashed out as if transforming into a blazing flame that swept towards Duan Lingtian. It seemed as if she wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In the sky, 18 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. As soon as Feng Tianwu attacked, her origin energy and concept exploded out completely, and she didn't hold back in the slightest. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't move like a mountain. When he saw the flame that Feng Tianwu had transformed into was about to flash towards him, strands of milky white flames finally floated up into appearance on his body. It was precisely his origin energy that had been ignited. It wasn't just that, strands of azure-colored energy seemed to have appeared within his origin energy, and it was suffused with a strange aura. Wind concept. Tian Wu, receive a finger of mine. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his right hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning as if it was assisted by the gods. Tempest point. A piercing howl sounded out when his finger pointed out. The condensed origin energy finger force flashed out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it was coiled with deep azure-colored energy as it moved to intercept Feng Tianwu, who pounced over. Slap! Along with the origin energy finger force striking Feng Tianwu, a wave of light sound suddenly sounded out. Feng Tianwu's figure stopped, and the flaming palm print that accompanied her was instantly shattered. But a portion of the origin energy finger force was consumed because of this. 8th level wind concept. At the same time that Feng Tianwu exclaimed in shock, her figure flashed out once more to sweep to the side like a flame, and she barely dodged Duan Lingtian's origin energy finger force that didn't lose momentum in the slightest. The Yuan power finger force flew out. Finally, it entered the ground and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and calmly withdrew his hand, and he didn't move in the slightest. The attack from before didn't even cause Duan Lingtian's clothes to flutter in the slightest. 8th level of the void initiation stage. Slight shock appeared on Feng Tianwu's face as she looked at the 19 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. During these past few years, her improvement was something that she felt was already abnormal. A large part of the reason she had such improvement was because she possessed the fire spirit body. But what about Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian didn't possess an innate spirit body, and he was only an extremely ordinary martial artist. Elder brother Duan, you're really formidable. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tian Wu, do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. There's no need. Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly as she shook her head. The frequency of the stone tablet trembling grew faster and faster. After an unknown period of time. Perhaps it was because the sky had started to brighten, and the moonlight was gradually extinguished. On the surface of the stone tablet, a strand of the faint sheen of moonlight had appeared, and the sheen gradually fused into the strange name on the surface of the stone tablet before vanishing. When the last strand of moonlight vanished, the stone tablet moved. Whoosh! The stone tablet flew up into the air and fiercely flew out, smashing into a pile of origin stones at the side of the spatial ring and smashing all the origin stones into pieces. Subsequently, the stone tablet continued to fly out and smashed some medicinal herbs that were idle at the side. Whoosh! 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 The stone tablet flew out again, and every time it flew out, it smashed everything within the spatial ring into a mess. Gradually, the stone tablet seemed to have lost its strength and completely fell silent. One could imagine. If Duan Lingtian saw everything within the spatial ring, he would surely turn pale with fright. However, the current Duan Lingtian didn't know everything that had happened within the spatial ring. Outside the spatial ring was another world. The sky gradually brightened, and Duan Lingtian, who was lying on the bed, woke up as well. The dynasty martial competition is about to begin. After Duan Lingtian casually washed up, his heart moved, and he took out a new set of clothes from the spatial ring to change into. However, when he was about to throw his pajamas into the spatial ring, he was completely stunned. Heavens! What's going on? Duan Lingtian's heart moved, and the space within the spatial ring appeared before his eyes without reservation. However, the space within the spatial ring caused him to be stunned. Chaotic. It was too chaotic. What's going on? If it wasn't for this spatial ring being unable to contain living things, I would have really thought that a thief had broken into it. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for him being extremely sure of the situation within the space within his spatial ring, he would have really thought that it was so chaotic. After thinking for a long time, Duan Lingtian was unable to think of a reason. Forget it, I'll organize the things first. Even though the space within the spatial ring was a mess, fortunately, the things Duan Lingtian stored within it weren't destroyed. In next to no time, these things were placed back into the distance with a single thought. Even this devil seal tablet came here. After placing most of the things back, Duan Lingtian noticed that the broken stone tablet he obtained in the Swamp of Death in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was actually no longer in the corner. What exactly happened in the space within the spatial ring? Even something as heavy as the devil seal tombstone ran over here from that corner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine, and he felt that something was amiss. The Devil Seal tablet was something that Duan Lingtian obtained in the strange underground palace when he entered the Swamp of Death to search for the mystery of his father, Duan Rufeng's life and death. At that time, there was an extremely powerful soul within the Devil Seal tablet that flashed out of the Devil Seal tablet in an attempt to seize his body. At that time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the soul was even more powerful than the soul of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Perhaps, the owner of that soul was once even more powerful than the reincarnation Emperor Wu. After that powerful soul disappeared, the Devil Seal tablet that originally contained that soul also fell into Duan Lingtian's hands and was stored in the corner of the spatial ring. If it wasn't for today's incident, Duan Lingtian would have almost forgotten about it. Chapter 664. Because the dynasty martial competition today was only a battle between the young geniuses of the various empires, the Feng clan didn't make a big fanfare. When Duan Lingtian left the Feng clan estate, only Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong were by his side. As for Grandma Su, she stayed in the estate instead and didn't leave. After staying at Feng Wudao's place for over 10 days, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the situation of the estate within the estate, and he knew that Grandma Su was in existence similar to a manager. Grandma Su was in charge of the usual food and other trivial matters. Uncle Feng, where's the Darkhan Dynasty's dynasty martial competition held? Duan Lingtian, who soared in the sky, looked at Feng Wudao, who similarly soared in the sky by his side, and asked. The caged battle arena. Feng Wudao spoke slowly. Caged battle arena? Duan Lingtian's brows raised and he was slightly surprised. The Darkhan dynasty has a caged battle arena as well? As well? Feng Wudao shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian. The Darkhan dynasty's caged battle arena existed long ago when the Darkhan dynasty existed. It can be said that the history of the caged battle arena is the history of the Darkhan dynasty. Presently, some of the empires, imperial kingdoms, and kingdoms under the dynasty have caged battle arenas in their imperial cities, yet they're all imitated by the dynasty. Feng Wudao finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He was still thinking earlier that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's caged battle arena actually had won in the Darkhan dynasty. So it turned out that even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's caged battle arena was only an imitation. In this way, the caged battle arena in the Darkhan dynasty's capital ought to be backed by the imperial family? Duan Lingtian asked. As far as he was concerned. Since the caged battle arena was able to be passed down for so long, it presumably relied on a backer that stood towering, and that backer could only be the imperial family. Exactly. Feng Wudao's answer verified Duan Lingtian's guess. The Darkhan dynasty's capital's caged battle arena. Now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. After all, the scale of the cage battle arena in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city had shocked Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. The cage battle arena in the Darkhan dynasty's capital would undoubtedly be even more shocking. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 flew towards the north. Along the way, many people could be seen flying in that direction. These people were obviously there to watch the show. Didn't you say yesterday that today is only the first phase of the dynasty martial competition, and you aren't interested in coming? A middle-aged man who flashed past Duan Lingtian and the others smiled as he looked at his companion by his side. Since I have nothing to do, it's not a bad idea to come and see the talents of the various empires. The latter said. Today will surely not be as exciting as tomorrow. It's even to the extent that there probably aren't many young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void initiation stage or above today. The former shook his head and said. Of course. The first phase of the dynasty martial competition is only a warm-up, and the most exciting part will be tomorrow. The latter added. Duan Lingtian heard similar words all along the way. Brother Duan. Elder Kong smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, if it wasn't for you having to participate in the dynasty martial competition today, the eldest young master, young miss, and I might not have gone to the cage battle arena to watch the show. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was something that he wasn't surprised about. Duan Lingtian, let's not talk about my master first. That person that brought you to the first-class spectating area earlier seemed to be extremely extraordinary as well. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with deep meaning. He is extraordinary. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, but no matter how extraordinary he is, he's probably unable to compare to your master. Your master is in existence from the foreign lands after all. The words foreign lands possessed an absolute deterrent force within the various dynasties. Never had Su Li imagined that Duan Lingtian would change the topic in the blink of an eye, and he shook his head helplessly and didn't ask any further. Chapter 667. It was these 2 young men that were taken to be true opponents by that 7th level Void initiation stage young genius of the Darkstone Empire that had comprehended 7th level saber concept? They slightly didn't dare believe it. After all, if it was according to this, then wouldn't it mean that these 2 young men were existences at the 7th level of the Void initiation stage or above? Actually, it wasn't only the group of young geniuses from the Windfall Empire that didn't believe it. Even the other 6 young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire weren't willing to believe it as well. Long Yun possessed the strength to crush Mo Xian after a year, and it had already caused them to be shocked. If it was according to Long Yun, didn't that mean that Duan Lingtian and Su Li's current strengths were sufficient to crush Mo Xian? In this way, the #1 young expert of their Darkstone Empire was too worthless, right? In merely a year, he was completely surpassed by 3 people that were inferior to him a year ago. Duan Lingtian. Su Li, actually, even King Yong slightly didn't dare believe it now. If it was only Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't doubt it. But with Su Li included, it caused him to be slightly uncertain. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind flashed over from afar. At the same time, a figure stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. Instantly, the gazes of the group of people from the Darkstone Empire and Windfall Empire were drawn over. The sky above the cage battle arena usually prohibited martial artists from standing in the sky. The people that were capable of standing in the sky were only members of the cage battle arena, or in other words, members of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Presently, the person that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena was a white-clothed young man. The white-clothed young man was around the age of 35, had a cold expression, slanted brows, and a graceful bearing. He's the person that's presiding over the dynasty martial competition today? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. So young. Actually, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian that was surprised, even the representatives and young geniuses of the various empires and the spectators in the inferior spectating area were shocked by the age of the white-clothed young man. After all, the people that presided over the cage battle arena in the past were at least middle-aged. Only a presiding with a formidable strength was capable of deterring the slaves and demon beasts that carried out the cage battle, and to a certain extent, powerful was equivalent to old. Welcome the representatives and young geniuses of the 36 empires to participate in our Darkhan dynasty's martial competition. I'm the host of the selection for the first phase of the martial competition today. The white-clothed young man's face was cold as he spoke slowly. Subsequently, the white-clothed young man changed his tone and went straight to the point, and he directly stated the objective of the dynasty martial competition today. All in all, the final objective of the dynasty martial competition today was to decide on the most outstanding 30 young geniuses amongst the 360 young geniuses of the 36 empires. On the other hand, these 30 young geniuses would gather with all the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty tomorrow and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition. The others should already know about these rules, right? Duan Lingtian discovered that the representatives and young geniuses of the various empires in the secondary spectator seats weren't very surprised after hearing the white-clothed young man's words. In next to no time, the white-clothed young man started to introduce the specific rules of the martial competition today. Duan Lingtian listened seriously. But up until now, only the 2 of them remained in battle in the sky above the cage battle arena, and the surroundings were deathly silent, causing them to feel an unusual feeling. In next to no time, one of them was slightly distracted. The consequence of being distracted in battle was being cleanly defeated by the other person. At this moment, another 10 people from the possessors of command token number 21 to 40 had advanced. The dynasty martial competition was still continuing. On the other hand, the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire ascended the arena one by one. In next to no time, Long Yun ascended the arena as well. Long Yun's opponent was a young genius that had a slightly arrogant expression mixed within since the beginning. This young genius boasted shamelessly the moment he saw Long Yun. "Kid, you look to be a little over 30, right? If you're sensible, then quickly admit defeat and go home to drink milk." The young genius's voice wasn't soft, and it spread throughout the silent cage battle arena. Instantly, the strange gazes of the people present descended onto Long Yun in unison. Looks like the strength of this person's opponent isn't bad, this can be discerned from his arrogant words. If he didn't have some ability, would he dare humiliate another like this? But compared to his opponent, this person is indeed a few years younger. Needless to say, his composure isn't bad, as he's still able to maintain a calm expression until now. The crowd of spectators in the third-class spectating area discussed animatedly. Many people even admired Long Yun's composure. Only the second-class spectating area Duan Lingtian and the others had a different atmosphere. Practically everyone in the second-class spectating area had witnessed Long Yun's strength with their own two eyes. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 7th level Saber Concept. Up until now, there hadn't been a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above amongst the young geniuses of the various empires that had entered the arena, nor had a martial artist that had comprehended 7th level concept. It could be said that Long Yun's strength was the strongest amongst the young geniuses that had entered the arena. But this fact was only known by the people in the spectating area Duan Lingtian was at. Long Yun's opponent was obviously someone from the other spectating area, and they didn't notice the scene of Long Yun revealing a strength at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage to crush the 5th level Void Initiation Stage Mo Xian and force Mo Xian to give up participating in the Dynasty Martial Competition. For a time, everyone in the spectating area looked at Long Yun's opponent with gazes of pity. Even though Long Yun seemed to be extremely calm now, and it was as if he didn't hear the humiliation of his opponent. But they were able to realize that Long Yun's heart was probably filled with flames of rage since long ago. He was only waiting for an opportunity to blaze with rage. Even now, when he saw Long Yun and Su Li obtain fortuitous encounters of their own that allowed their strengths to increase greatly in the past year, he still felt that Long Yun and Su Li were superior to him. But even then, he still looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. So, he similarly looked forward to Duan Lingtian's performance. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed the gazes of the old man and King Yong, yet he didn't pay much attention to it. His gaze descended onto the sky above the cage battle arena and looked at the numerous young geniuses in battle. Time silently flowed by. In next to no time, the first round of the Dynasty Martial Competition today was nearing its end. Later on, another two young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage appeared. Bang! Along with a 6th level Void Initiation Stage young genius defeating another 6th level Void Initiation Stage young genius, the first round of the selections had officially ended. Merely this first round of the selections had eliminated an entire 180 people. Of course, there were many people that were disgruntled. For example, the 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was defeated in the end. If it wasn't for him being unlucky and just happened to encounter another 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was stronger than him, he would surely be one of the people that advanced. But he wasn't anxious because he still had a chance. The first round of the selections has ended. The second round of the selections will continue 15 minutes from now, and another 90 people will be eliminated. The white-clothed young man stood in the sky above the cage battle arena as his sonorous voice spread out. 15 minutes of time. The 10 middle-aged men that were in charge of recording the results gathered together and started to unify the results and list out the order of the people that fought. The group of young geniuses that had advanced finally had the chance to catch their breaths. King Yong, I was originally thinking that our Holdwind Empire can compete with your Darkstone Empire to see which side has more young geniuses standing at the end. Now it would seem that there's no need to compete. The old man looked at King Yong and shook his head as he sighed. Now, the situation was clear. The young geniuses of their Holdwind Empire were far inferior to the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. The Darkstone Empire had two young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above, and there was another young genius that seemed to be at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above. Whereas their Holdwind Empire only had 2 young geniuses at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. They were utterly unable to compare with the Darkstone Empire. The group of young geniuses of the Holdwind Empire lowered their heads in shame when they heard this, and all of them felt that they'd lost face for the Holdwind Empire. On the other hand, no matter if it was the young geniuses that were eliminated or the young geniuses that weren't eliminated, all of their backs were ramrod straight, and brilliant smiles appeared on their faces. 3 of the 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire have been eliminated. 5 of the 10 young geniuses of the Holdwind Empire have been eliminated. The accomplishments of the Darkstone Empire caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. Begin the second round of the selections. In next to no time, 15 minutes had passed, and the white-clothed young man's voice sounded out once more, causing everyone to be unable to refrain from shuddering and returning to their senses. As for the 10 middle-aged men that were in charge of recording the accomplishments, they'd already taken their positions. All the possessors of the number 1 to 40 token, so long as you've advanced in the first round of the selections, come up. The white-clothed young man spoke with a sonorous voice. Chapter 671. The possessor of the number 30 token was a young man around the age of 35. Needless to say, the young geniuses of the various empires that were able to stand here today were top genius martial artists in their respective empires, and they had their own arrogance. Duan Lingtian's opponent was no exception. "You're that kid that had a bye in the first round?" The young man had an arrogant expression as he sized up Duan Lingtian from above, and he asked with disdain. However, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the young man. Or perhaps, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the young man. After he used his spiritual force to detect the young man's cultivation, Duan Lingtian had already completely disregarded the young man. A 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist didn't pose the slightest threat to him now. This kid is rather arrogant. The young man's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian dared disregard him, and his eyes emitted a ruthless sheen as he said with a low voice, "Do you know that no one has ever dared disregard me like this? Then there will be one today." Duan Lingtian still didn't look at the young man, and he straightened his sleeve as he spoke unhurriedly. "Kid, you're courting death." The young man's face went grim as the origin energy on his body soared, and it seemed to have transformed into flames that whistled out. Whoosh! In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. All of this undoubtedly displayed the young man's cultivation. 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. If it wasn't for the white-clothed young man that was in charge of presiding over the Dynasty Martial competition today hadn't announced the start, the young man would have already impatiently made a move against Duan Lingtian. At this moment, in the spectating area where the group of people from the Darkstone Empire sat, the gazes of everyone had converged onto Duan Lingtian, especially the representatives of King Yong and Windfall Empire. They even stared at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. All of them wanted to know what cultivation Duan Lingtian possessed now. He was actually able to make Long Yun, who had already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, think so highly of him. Duan Lingtian. Long Yun stared at Duan Lingtian and took a deep breath. He was also eager to know Duan Lingtian's current cultivation. Besides defeating Su Li and winning honor for his master, his goal was to defeat Duan Lingtian and wash away the humiliation of the past. If he could, he would kill the Duan Lingtian after defeating the Duan Lingtian. It was to prevent Duan Lingtian from looking for trouble with the Azure Forest Trisect in the future. Amongst the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect, the person that was originally the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader was his foster father, and he was greatly indebted to him. He didn't want to put his foster father in danger. "I can finally see you in action." As Su Li muttered to himself, his face was filled with anticipation. On the other hand, the lower-class spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was in an uproar at this moment. It's that young man that was lucky enough to advance in the first round of the selections. This young man should be the youngest among all the young geniuses from the various empires present today, right? That's right. He was indeed the youngest. He looks to be around the age of 25 at most. He's from some empire? Could it be that there's no one in the younger generation of that empire? These spectators in the lower class spectating area were unable to see the situation in the middle class spectating area. It's someone from the Darkstone Empire again. Some of the representatives from other empires in the middle class spectating area knew of Duan Lingtian's origins. This time, the Darkstone Empire had sent 2 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. It was difficult to not draw their attention. Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly admit defeat. Otherwise, once the martial competition begins, I'll tear you into 2. Duan Lingtian's opponent, the young man, had a slightly savage expression, and his eyes even flickered with a scarlet-red sheen that seemed ready to swallow Duan Lingtian up. Tear me into 2. Duan Lingtian started laughing. That will depend on if you have the ability. You'll see in a moment. Even though Duan Lingtian's composure caused the young man to faintly feel uneasy. But this trace of uneasiness vanished when he saw Duan Lingtian's young appearance. He didn't think that a young man around the age of 25 would be a match for a 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist like him. Duan Lingtian was actually deliberately mystifying himself. He believed that so long as the white-clothed young man that presided over the cage battle arena announced the start of the martial competition, this young man would surely admit defeat at the first possible moment. Whereas he would strive to tear Duan Lingtian into 2 in that instant. He was a man of his word. The martial competition begins. After the 20 young geniuses took their places, the white-clothed young man spoke out. Instantly, many young geniuses made a move and chose to gain the initiative by striking first. Amongst them included Duan Lingtian's opponent. Duan Lingtian's opponent flashed towards Duan Lingtian at the instant the white-clothed young man finished speaking, and he was like a falcon that was hunting its prey. In the sky, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared at the side of the 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Obviously, Duan Lingtian's opponent wasn't only a 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, he'd also comprehended 5th level concept and possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon. Hiss. The young man's right hand tightly held onto the spirit weapon's sharp claw as it tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of light howls of the wind that were slightly ear-piercing. His figure flashed like the wind, and he arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. He attacked like a bolt of lightning, and the grade 5 spirit weapon contained raging origin energy and 5th level concept that followed like a shadow as it flashed out to directly strike towards Duan Lingtian's head. When faced with the full force attack of this 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as before. When he saw his opponent's sharp claw flashing over, Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing arts. He didn't move, but he raised his hand and lightly shook it. The violet-colored sword light that few people present were able to see clearly flashed before vanishing, and it seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson snake that fiercely bit onto the young man's neck. Swoosh! Along with the sword light vanishing, the surrounding spectators didn't even have the time to react when Duan Lingtian had already put away the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand and kicked out. Bang! Before the young man's sharp claw had even approached him, Duan Lingtian kicked onto the young man's chest and kicked him flying. At this moment, the young man didn't move in the slightest and allowed Duan Lingtian to kick him flying. If one looked carefully, one would notice that it wasn't that he didn't want to move. It was that he'd already breathed his last. An extremely fine sword mark had appeared on his throat, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood was ceaselessly gushing out from it. A 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist was killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. Number 32 is victorious. The middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results was stunned, and then he recovered from his shock before announcing. So strong. Killing a 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist in a single move. Is this really a young man around the age of 25? The group of people that originally thought that Duan Lingtian would lose for sure were dumbstruck. Why are there so many young experts in the Darkstone Empire? Many representatives of the empires couldn't help but frown, as they never imagined that such formidable young geniuses would appear successively in the Darkstone Empire. As far as they were concerned, the strength of this violet-clothed young man seemed to not be inferior to the other two young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire that were at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. As expected, the representative of the Windfall Empire, Old Man Lu, sighed. On the other hand, even though King Yong was mentally prepared since long ago, he was still shocked. This Duan Lingtian. His strength is actually so strong. This fellow seems to still be holding back. Su Li's slanted brows raised as he thought to himself. Duan Lingtian. Long Yun's expression was solemn. He didn't see Duan Lingtian's attack clearly earlier, and it allowed him to realize that his strength seemed to be slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian. This caused him to be extremely displeased. I wonder what my odds are. When faced with the numerous burning gazes, Duan Lingtian completely disregarded them, and his figure flashed out as if transforming into a violet bolt of lightning that flashed out directly. But this time, he didn't return to the location of the group from the Darkstone Empire, and he instead headed directly towards the first-class spectating area. His actions caused many people to be stunned. That place doesn't seem to be a place that anyone can go up, right? Even the white-clothed young man that presided over the cage battle arena couldn't help but slightly glance over. When he saw Duan Lingtian sitting by the side of the 3 Feng clan members, slight surprise appeared on the white-clothed young man's face. He's from a tiny empire, yet he actually knows Feng Wudao. Tian Wu, how much did you earn? Duan Lingtian sat by Feng Tianwu's side and asked impatiently. Feng Tianwu was stunned, and then she realized what Duan Lingtian was talking about, and for a time, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Elder brother Duan, the cage battle arena hasn't opened the bet yet. The bet will only be opened during the 3rd round of the selections. The 3rd round of the selections has only begun. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and only now did he realize that he was too impatient. Why didn't I think of it earlier? Very soon, many of the spectators in the inferior spectator seats stopped in their tracks and stared at the excellent seats. They were like wild wolves that had seen their prey after being hungry for a few days. In the sky above the cage battle arena, 30 young geniuses stood there quietly. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, a wave of piercing howls sounded out. Subsequently, numerous figures could be seen flying out to stand in the sky above the cage battle arena. These people were all from the empires that the 30 young geniuses belonged to. Presently, the faces of these people were filled with excitement. As for those empires that didn't have a single person that advanced, their representatives and the group of young geniuses had instead left dejectedly. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Long Yun. Congratulations. King Yong led the members of the Darkstone Empire to stand nearby Duan Lingtian's group of 3 in midair as he spoke with a light smile. 3 people from an empire had advanced. Only the Darkstone Empire had accomplished this. This time, the Darkstone Empire was in the limelight. It was even to the extent that the person in charge of the cage battle arena had personally come to look for King Yong earlier and said that because of the Darkstone Empire's display this time, the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family would bestow generous rewards to the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian and Su Li replied with a smile. As for Long Yun, he had a calm expression from the beginning until the end, and he was neither happy nor angry. But at this moment, Duan Lingtian was instead able to clearly notice that the gaze Long Yun shot at him from time to time obviously contained deep battle intent. Obviously, Long Yun still had the intention to trample on him beneath his feet and wash away his humiliation. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Feng Tianwu's voice. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian greeted King Yong and Su Li before flying up the first-class spectating area once more under the complicated gazes of the members of the Darkstone Empire, and he arrived by the side of the 3 members of the Feng clan. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and smiled. How much did you earn? He'd guessed the reason Feng Tianwu had called him over, and it was none other than the matter of the low-grade origin stones bet. Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly. Your odds are very low. I bet all my low-grade origin stones in the 3rd and 4th round of the selections, yet I only won 300 low-grade origin stones in the end. 300 low-grade origin stones? Duan Lingtian was stunned and dumbstruck. So little? Even though he'd guessed that his odds wouldn't be high, he never imagined that it would be low to such an extent. Isn't this a little too excessive? He only wanted to earn some origin stones. Chapter 674. The cage battle arena in the Darkhan dynasty's capital was divided into 3 levels of spectating area, and one only had to ask around slightly to know clearly about it. The old man that asked King Yong obviously already knew about it beforehand. Yes. King Yong nodded towards the old man's question. He said the Feng clan estate earlier? Feng clan. Could it be that the Feng clan? When the figures of Duan Lingtian and the 3 Feng clan members vanished before their eyes, another old man reacted to what had happened, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict as he asked with astonishment. Subsequently, the gazes of the old men descended onto King Yong in unison. In the territory of the Darkhan dynasty, who didn't know of the Feng clan? The Feng clan was a formidable clan that was only inferior to the imperial family in the Darkhan dynasty. Supposedly, even the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family didn't dare enter into conflict with the Feng clan. Perhaps, with the imperial family's resources and strength, it was sufficient to annihilate the Feng clan. But even if the Feng clan was annihilated, the imperial family would surely suffer great losses and suffer great losses. Thus, how terrifying the Feng clan was could be seen from this. It was precisely because of this that the Feng clan's status in the Darkhan dynasty was extremely high, and it could be said to be beneath a single person and above a myriad of people. Now, a mere young man from the Darkstone Empire had actually established a relationship with a suspected higher-up of the Feng clan? They couldn't help but be shocked by this. Exactly, it's the Feng clan. King Yong nodded when faced with the questioning gazes of the 3 old men. As far as he was concerned, this wasn't a secret. It was even to the extent that so long as the higher-ups of the various powers of the Darkhan dynasty gathered together tomorrow, the identity of that person from the Feng clan would surely be exposed and be difficult to conceal. Even though they'd guessed it, when they heard King Yong personally confirm it, the 3 old men still couldn't help but gasp. King Yong, do you know which higher-up of the Feng clan was that person from before? An old man couldn't help but ask curiously. Whoever's strength is the strongest in the Feng clan is that person. King Yong spoke slowly. At the same time that the old men were dumbstruck, King Yong called out to the other 8 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire before flying out together. The old men only recovered from their shock after the figures of King Yong's group vanished in the horizon, and they were moved. I truly never imagined that not only did a young expert appear in the Darkstone Empire. That young expert is even related to that eldest master of the Feng clan. It's not as simple as being related. If I'm not wrong, then the red-clothed young woman that was by the side of the Feng clan's eldest master earlier ought to be that young woman that gave rise to much discussion recently, the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Lord Wudao. I see that Lord Wudao's daughter seems to be very close to Duan Lingtian. Could it be that the 2 of them, while the old men were guessing, they couldn't help but gasp? Looks like it isn't just that Duan Lingtian that we can't afford to offend. Even if it's the Darkstone Empire, we can't afford to offend them in the future as well. Soon, the old men reached a consensus. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. Presently, he'd already returned to the Feng clan estate with Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong, and they'd returned to the vast estate within the estate. Whereas Grandma Su had prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. After they ate and drank to their heart's content, Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, Duan Lingtian looked curiously at Elder Kong, and his face contained slight bewilderment mixed within. He had his own network of connections in the Darkhan dynasty, and his network of connections included the few grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Darkhan dynasty, but even then, he only had a few grade 4 spirit weapons in his possession. Not to mention himself, he didn't even dare think about a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if it was to those grade 4 weapons craftsmen of his, it was an existence that was far beyond their reach. Yet now, someone wanted to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for him? Most importantly, this person was Duan Lingtian. He'd already deeply experienced Duan Lingtian's miraculousness a few years ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had guided him greatly in the Tao of inscriptions, and it allowed him to benefit greatly. At that time, he knew that this young man couldn't be underestimated. Even though Duan Lingtian was young, Duan Lingtian possessed attainments in the Tao of inscriptions that far surpassed him. Such a young person possessing attainments that far surpassed him in the Tao of inscriptions had already caused him to be extremely shocked, and he felt that he'd lived half his life in vain. But now, this young man said he was capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon? If all this was true, then wouldn't it mean that this young man's attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement could similarly be said to have reached the acme of perfection, and it was sufficient to cause those few most outstanding old fellows in the Darkhan dynasty to feel embarrassed? Even Elder Kong didn't know the reason. At this moment, he actually felt slightly delighted in his heart. Perhaps it was because there were a few people by his side that were in the same situation as him. Elder Kong, why would I lie to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when faced with Elder Kong's question. Once the materials are gathered, I'll refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for all of you. Elder Kong, the clan ought to have a collection of these materials. You make a trip. With a raise of his hand, Feng Wudao passed the paper that had numerous materials written on it to Elder Kong. Elder Kong nodded and left after receiving the paper. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian continued sitting before the table and tasted the tea Grandma Su brewed for him. At this moment, his heart was extremely calm. But, at this moment, only Duan Lingtian was able to maintain his calm. No matter if it was Feng Wudao and Feng Wudao who sat at the side or Grandma Su who stood at the side, their expressions changed constantly. They occasionally looked at the violet-clothed young man that sat there silently drinking tea, and they felt they were more and more unable to see through the young man. Half an hour later, Elder Kong returned with a pile of materials written by Duan Lingtian. As expected of a formidable clan that's only inferior to the imperial family in the Darkhan dynasty. The strength of the Feng clan's resources and reserves is shocking. Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked in his heart as he never imagined that Elder Kong would only use half an hour to prepare so many materials. Those fellows have always bragged before me in the past. If I let them know that Brother Duan only needs 2 hours to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, then let me see if any of them would dare brag again. Elder Kong grunted in a low voice as he muttered. Uncle Feng. With a raise of his hand, the jade-green 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand whistled out, and it was brought along by his origin energy to float before Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao lightly nodded, then with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade had already arrived before Feng Tianwu. Father? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Give it a try. Feng Wudao said to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath when she heard this, then she put away the grade 3 spirit whip in her hand into her spatial ring as if she'd obtained a precious treasure, and then she held the grade 3 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had just refined. The grade 3 spirit sword was completely jade green, and there were faint azure lights flickering in its surroundings. Coupled with the sharp edge of the sword, it gave off an all-conquering feeling. Whoosh! The origin energy in Feng Tianwu's hand rose before gushing into the grade 3 spirit sword. Subsequently, whoosh! In the sky above Feng Tianwu, the energy of heaven and earth started to roil as 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes directly condensed into form, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they coiled down. At the side of the 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, another few ancient horned dragon silhouettes were swiftly condensing into form, at the same time. Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su practically held their breaths at the same time, and they had serious expressions as they looked at the few ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were slowly condensing into form. In next to no time, an additional 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before their eyes. It's an amplification of 70% again. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly stiff. Grandma Su was stunned. As for Feng Wudao, a bold guess arose in his heart. That was. So long as it was a grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian, it ought to be the best amongst the best. The first and second time was luck, and the third time was still the same, so it wasn't likely to be luck again. As expected. Along with Duan Lingtian continuing, the last 2 grade 3 spirit weapons were refined by him, and they similarly revealed an amplification of 70%. At this moment, Feng Wudao had completely confirmed his guess. So long as it was a grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian, it would surely possess an amplification of 70%. Now, it wasn't only Feng Wudao that had confirmed it, even Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su had confirmed it. For a time, the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian seemed as if they were looking at a monster. A grade 3 weapons craftsman at such an age was already sufficient to cause one to be extremely shocked. When he was washing up and changing his clothes, Duan Lingtian's mind was still ceaselessly flashing with 2 graceful and beautiful figures. It was precisely his 2 fiancées. Ker, Li Fei. Ker, little Fei. How are the 2 of you doing now? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In the foreign lands. On a majestic and precipitous mountain peak, it was covered in snow all year round, and the entire mountain seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. Suddenly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 swift and graceful figures soared into the sky side by side, and in a short moment, they arrived outside the snowy mountain and hovered in the sky. These were 2 women that wore white clothes and had appearances that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. The 2 women's appearances were on par, yet they were completely different types, and each had their own merits. Sister Fei, Suddenly, one of the white-clothed women looked towards the south and muttered, "What do you think young master is doing now?" As the woman spoke, her pair of autumn eyes were filled with longing. I don't know either. No wonder it's widely spread amongst the Feng clan disciples that Feng Yunxiang is the strongest in the Feng clan's younger generation. Looks like his reputation isn't undeserved. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was practically able to confirm that this young man was Feng Yunxiang, the #1 expert in the Feng clan's younger generation. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Elder Kong had turned around and glanced at him with deep meaning. Duan Lingtian reacted to this, and he smiled slightly embarrassedly. He knew that Elder Kong had surely noticed him when he used his spiritual force to detect Feng Yunxiang earlier. With Elder Kong's extremely formidable spiritual force, it wasn't difficult for him to notice his spiritual force. Elder Kong's strength isn't simple. Presently, Duan Lingtian, who possessed a second-level void interpretation stage spiritual force, was still able to notice the gap that was like a chasm between him and Elder Kong. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, Elder Kong was most probably in existence at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. At least, Elder Kong's spiritual force was at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. Brother Duan, I heard you're from the Darkstone Empire? You've come to participate in the dynasty martial competition as well? On the way, Feng Tian Nan seemed to be extremely interested in Duan Lingtian, and he took the initiative to ask. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, as this wasn't a secret. Presumably, Feng Tian Nan had already clearly investigated his identity since long ago, and Feng Tian Nan was only pretending not to know him earlier. Brother Duan's natural talent is extremely strong. I heard that 3 people from the Darkstone Empire passed through the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. One of them ought to be Brother Duan, right? As Feng Tian Nan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded once more. He's a comparatively outstanding young genius in our Feng clan. Brother Duan can get to know him. He's called Feng Yunxiang. Subsequently, Feng Tian Nan introduced Feng Yunxiang, who followed closely behind him, to Duan Lingtian. I've heard of him. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, then glanced at Feng Yunxiang, yet he noticed that the latter utterly didn't look him in the eye. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. As the most outstanding young genius of the Feng clan, it was unavoidable for him to be slightly arrogant. Even though with Feng Tianwu present, he might not be the most outstanding young genius of the Feng clan. These two are our Feng clan's Grand Elder and Second Elder. Feng Tian Nan introduced the other 2 old men to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to the 2 old men. But, from the beginning until the end, the 2 old men didn't spare a glance at Duan Lingtian, let alone pay attention to Duan Lingtian. You bastard. You win. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhang Shouyong instantly seemed as if he'd become a frosted eggplant, and he stopped arguing with Duan Lingtian. Or perhaps, it could be said that Duan Lingtian had grasped his Achilles' heel. Lord Wu Dao. Elder Kong. Patriarch Feng. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan members that were left behind by Zhang Shouyong came over successively under the lead of the Zhang clan's patriarch, and they greeted Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Feng Tian Nan with slight politeness. These few people included Zhang Shouyong's second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, who shared the same father but a different mother. Because of this, Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at him. On the other hand, after Zhang Shouyuan was stared at by Duan Lingtian, his originally normal expression instantly became ghastly pale, and it was as if Duan Lingtian was some sort of scourge. The Zhang clan could be considered to be a formidable clan in the Dark Han dynasty. But before the Feng clan, it was greatly inferior. In the Dark Han dynasty, the imperial family was undoubtedly the strongest force, and the Feng clan was second. Chapter 679. Zishang's eyes stared wide open as he looked at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, and his body started trembling slightly. At this moment, he seemed as if he'd seen his mortal enemy. In reality, in Zishang's heart, He'd taken the violet-clothed young man before him to be a mortal enemy since long ago. Moreover, it was the type that wouldn't stop until the young man was dead. The humiliation the young man brought to him all those years ago was something he'd never forget. As far as he was concerned, only the young man's death would be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Xiang's loss of composure was noticed by the black-clothed old man who walked ahead, his master. Xiang, what's wrong? Xiang took a deep breath, and his surging emotions were unable to calm down in a short period of time, so he was temporarily unable to reply to the old man. Senior. Meanwhile, Ziyan, who stood at the side, spoke out. It's that Duan Lingtian. That Duan Lingtian that used demonic techniques to humiliate Big Brother at the 7-star sword sex fecta peak in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that day. Duan Lingtian? The black-clothed old man followed along the direction Ziyan pointed at when he heard Ziyan, and he looked towards the distant second-class spectating area, and his gaze descended onto the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. That violet-clothed young man, the youngest one. He's Duan Lingtian. Ziyan added. Him? The black-clothed old man's brows raised as he muttered. I heard that a violet-clothed young man that's shockingly young appeared in the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition yesterday. He looks to be around the age of 25, and his cultivation is at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Could it be that it's him? As he finished speaking, a rare strand of bright light flashed past the old man's muddy eyes. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above? The old man's words caused Ziyan to be unable to help but be stunned, and she said with slight disbelief. This. How could this be possible? How could this Duan Lingtian's improvement possibly be so swift? She slightly didn't dare believe it. Even though she'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao and knew that Duan Lingtian's natural talent was shocking. But at that time, Duan Lingtian was only stronger than the group of young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only a tiny piece of land that wasn't worth mentioning. In the vast land of the Darkhan dynasty, experts were as numerous as the clouds, and geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. So in the entire Darkhan dynasty, the group of young geniuses from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were utterly nothing. Since Ziyan arrived at the Darkhan dynasty, she deeply felt all of this. But now, she heard that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had actually already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. She couldn't accept this fact for a while. He's also participating in the Dynasty Martial competition? When Xiang, who was standing at the side, heard the old man's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the killing intent in them was difficult to conceal. If that's the case, then I have the opportunity to kill him personally in front of the group of powerhouses from the Darkhan dynasty. Now, Xiang had gradually calmed down. He stared at Duan Lingtian emotionlessly. I heard that his strength is not bad, and he can be considered one of the best among the young talents of the various empires that went on stage yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, you will have the opportunity to meet him. The black-clothed old man spoke with an expressionless face. He'd heard of the matter between this disciple of his and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sex Duan Lingtian in the past. He wanted to rely on his spiritual force to detect the cultivations of these 8 people. Yet he was slightly apprehensive of the inscription masters that might be present here. The inscription masters here were existences that had stepped into the void interpretation stage at every turn, and it caused Duan Lingtian to not dare be careless in the slightest. Even if he exposed his spiritual force, so long as Feng Wudao was present, he wouldn't be in any danger. But it was impossible for him to stay by Feng Wudao's side forever. So he still advocated being careful and prudent. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. As expected of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, what extravagance. Duan Lingtian looked at the palanquin that slowly flashed out from behind the clouds and mist, and he sighed in his heart. Compared to the extravagance before him, 1 year ago in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, the scene of King Yong making an appearance was simply like a child playing house, and it wasn't worth mentioning. There's someone behind. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, who had sharp eyes, noticed that besides the 8 soldiers that carried the palanquin, there were another 2 people following behind. These were 2 young men. One wore white clothes, the other wore black clothes, and it formed an extremely clear contrast between them. It's him. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he saw the white-clothed young man. Looks like his guess from yesterday wasn't wrong. This white-clothed young man was indeed one of the 3 young geniuses that the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family had recommended to participate in the dynasty martial competition this time. It's the young man that presided over the dynasty martial competition yesterday. Chapter 680. The 2 young men followed behind the palanquin and arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Swoosh! Right at this moment, another 2 ear-piercing voices sounded out, and it drew the gazes of most people present. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone, 2 aged figures appeared once more behind the expanse of clouds and mist that came out from the palanquin, and they were 2 old men that were in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, the 2 old men arrived before the palanquin and bowed. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The 2 old men spoke respectfully in unison. At the same time, one of the old men moved open the curtain on the door of the palanquin and looked inside. "Your Majesty, please." A dignified middle-aged man that wore a bright golden dragon robe slowly walked out from the palanquin, and he strode through the sky as if he was walking on level ground. The dignified middle-aged man had an obvious mustache, and he looked to be extremely unique. This mustache caused one to have a deep impression of him, just like the cinnabar mole between King Yong's brows caused one to have a deep impression of him. He's the Darkhan dynasty's emperor? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Right at this moment, besides the group of people in the first-class spectating area that still sat on the spot, and a portion of them didn't move in the slightest. Most of the people in the 3rd-class and 2nd-class spectating areas stood up successively and bowed respectfully to the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. Only Duan Lingtian stood up with everyone and nodded indifferently, and he didn't even bend his waist. Not many people saw this scene. But it just so happened that the Darkhan dynasty's emperor saw it, and he just happened to glance past Duan Lingtian with a light smile and saw Duan Lingtian, who didn't bow. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a crane among chickens in the eyes of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor. For a time, the smile on the emperor's face froze. It was understandable that the people in the first-class spectating area didn't move too much. After all, every single one of them possessed an extremely extraordinary status. A small number of people were existences that even he didn't dare rashly offend. "Everyone else is bowing to me. Why aren't you bowing?" The emperor reached out and touched the mustache on his mouth. He stared at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Do you think that I am not qualified for you to bow to me?" Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. The gazes of everyone followed the emperor's gaze and descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. "It's that young man from the Darkstone Empire. Although this young man is young, his strength is extraordinary. However, he actually dares to not greet His Majesty. How arrogant. A member of a tiny empire actually dares to not greet our Darkhan dynasty's emperor. That's simply disrespectful. I think he's going to be in trouble." The group of people in the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Some people rejoiced in his misfortune, while others broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. "Your Majesty, he was intimidated by Your Majesty just now, which is why he was rude. I hope Your Majesty can forgive him." King Yong broke out in cold sweat when he saw the Darkhan dynasty's emperor was targeting Duan Lingtian, and he spoke in terror. Even though he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, he was nothing before the emperor of the Darkhan dynasty. If the emperor wanted to kill him, then the emperor only had to say a single word. "Who are you?" The emperor looked at King Yong and asked indifferently. "Your Majesty, I'm the representative of the Darkstone Empire this time, and I'm a king of the Darkstone Empire's imperial family. King Yong said to the emperor. Wouldn't it be even more wonderful if he was able to wantonly trample on Duan Lingtian's dignity after defeating Duan Lingtian? With Duan Lingtian's dignity, it would surely be difficult for him to endure his humiliation. It was imaginable. At that time, Duan Lingtian would surely live a life worse than death. Disciple has benefited from your guidance. Zi Shang took a deep breath as piercingly cold lights flashed in the depths of his eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian only glanced indifferently at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor who'd changed his attitude, and then he looked at Xiang Ying who was standing blankly at the side since long ago. Pavilion Master Xiang, thank you for earlier. Xiang Ying reacted when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice, and he laughed in self-ridicule. I was meddlesome. If I knew earlier that you had such a relationship with the Feng clan's eldest master, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself earlier. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian and the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, had such a relationship. No matter what, Duan Lingtian will remember this favor of yours, Pavilion Master Xiang. Duan Lingtian shook his head and spoke with a serious expression. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian invited Xiang Ying to sit at the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated. Originally, with Xiang Ying's status and identity in the Dark Han dynasty, he disdained to sit at this second-class spectating area.